Foreign Affairs of his country, Spain, NATO Secretary General, first EU High Representative for whom I had the pleasure to work. At 80 years, Javier, you can proudly look back on your life, a life dedicated to democracy, freedom, and the defense of humanity. Javier. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank our partners, the mayor of all of our partners. I want to thank the mayor of Munich, Dieter Reiter. I want to thank the Minister President of Bavaria, Markus Söder. Thank you very much for all you have done for the Munich Security Conference over years. I would also like your cabinet members. We feel very much welcome in Munich, and we will, of course, stay here. We'll stay in the Hotel Bayerischer Hof. I must admit we were not successful to have it grow in size. So I lost a few friends over time who we were not able to accommodate. I would like also to thank the Bayerischer Rundfunk as host broadcaster. Last but not least, I would like to thank the people of Munich and thank them for their support and their tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now ask for your attention. Please listen to Samson Tsoy, a British pianist of Russian and Korean origin. He will play for us Schubert's Impromptu No. 2. His music is played to honor and to remember the victims of violence and natural catastrophes. Samson.
Ladies and gentlemen, I agree to all of you and would like to remedy one injustice right away. This panel discussion is called David on the Dnipro. I consider it as a rightful respect to Ukraine and to everything our people are doing. But this year, determination was shown on different banks, and not only of the Dnipro, Spree, and Seine, Thames, and Potomac, Vistula, and Tiber. David is now all of us. He is a whole free world. David is everyone who left that there is no alternative but to defeat Goliath, who came to destroy our life. Being David is fighting, and we are fighting. Being David is having a sling to win. We do not have yet the David's sling from Israel, but I believe it is just temporarily. Now I would like to thank for the powerful support and mighty weapons. I thank Olaf and Emmanuel who are present here on this panel, and I thank all our partners present here in Munich, the United States, Britain, all the countries of the EU, and all from the whole world. I am grateful to everyone who gives the sling to Ukrainian David, thanks to which Russian Goliath has already started to lose his ground. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We saw it last year, and he will definitely fall already this year. We can make it, all of us together, just as David did. We can make sure that there is no alternative to our victory, but then there should be no alternative to our determination, to the determination of all of us on Dnipro, and on Spree, on Seine, on Thames, on Potomac, and Vistula, on Tiber, Danube, and Jordan, and everywhere, in every part of the world where freedom is valued more than the mercy of a tyrant. Last year, when I was here in Munich at the conference, I was looking for such common determination. Ukraine was clearly telling the world, we will fight for ourselves if Russia starts a full-scale war. I wanted to hear from the world, Ukraine, we will be with you. Unfortunately, I heard it only after Russian missiles struck our land, already after the Russian tanks started moving, already after Putin destroyed all alternatives, leaving just one. Who will win, he or us? In fact, you have already responded with the name of this conference's panel discussion. Goliath has no chances. But unfortunately, he has a potential. Unfortunately, he tries to buy additional time for his aggression, trading with the world. Unfortunately, he can still destroy many lives, many. That is why we need to hurry up. We need the speed of our agreements, speed of our delivery to strengthen our sling, speed of decisions to limit Russian potential. There is no alternative to speed, because it is the speed that the life depends on. Delay has always been and still is a mistake. While we negotiate how to strengthen our defense with modern tanks, the Kremlin is thinking about ways to strangle Moldova. While we are trying to convince that Ukraine needs modern combat aircraft, the Kremlin has already convinced the Iranian regime. The result is not only lethal Iranian drones in Ukrainian skies, but also something with which the Kremlin paid for it. Are you sure it's just money? Or maybe the world will face the enriched Iranian regime? And to what extent? 90%, 92 or 100%. And I'm sure none of us wants to let the region of Middle East and the Gulf to taste it, while we spend weeks to agree on new sanctions against Russia. The terrorist state is looking for ways to adapt to the restrictions already in place. Through parallel imports, shadow fleet of tankers and the like. Where shall we see the impact of this illegal profit of Russia? In the efforts to corrupt your political systems and international institutions, in attempts to destabilize your social life, and in disinformation campaigns against your people, in escalation in those regions that are sensitive to you. What awaits, for example, Libya, Mali, or Central African Republic while Moscow had the power? What awaits Syria? Nothing good, just like many other nations. So you will have no rest as well. So it's not just about Ukraine. The point is that Goliath must lose. And there is no alternative to this, because the Kremlin can break the security and peace of all who are now represented here in Munich. Delayed decisions of the world are a resource Putin's dictatorship lives on. It's been that way for years. The longer the talks about the enlargement of the European Union dragged on, the more destructiveness the Kremlin brought to the then gray zone between the European Union and Russia. The louder it was said that it was necessary to wait before Ukraine was allowed to enter NATO's open door, the more aggressive Russian policy became. The longer the silence on Crimea, on the global agenda lasted, the more vigorous Russian revanchism became. And the more the world argued over what sanctions and when to impose against Russia, the more shameless the Kremlin's ambitions became. The longer we in Ukraine, in Europe, in the world had no unity, the more illusions Russia had. Now all this is being corrected. Just like last year, I now propose to act immediately. But unlike last year, now I have the most convincing argument, our achievements. Can we detour Russian strikes? Yes. Can we protect our cities from Russian missiles? Definitely. Can we liberate our land? There are 1,891 proofs of this. That is exactly how many cities, towns, villages we managed to liberate from the Russian occupation. Can we restore security in the Black Sea region and food security in the world? The Black Sea Grain Initiative and the humanitarian initiative Grain from Ukraine are convincing. Is it time for Ukraine to be a full-fledged part of the European Union? Most Europeans support membership for Ukraine. We have already gained the status of a candidate country. We are already preparing to start membership negotiations. We are already united with the European economy, logistics, and energy. There is no alternative to Ukrainian victory. There is no alternative to Ukraine in the EU. There is no alternative to Ukraine in NATO. There is no alternative to our unity. Hence, there is no and should not be any alternative to completely get rid of Russian aggression. to liberate the land, to liberate people, because every city, town and village that remains under occupation means people staying in captivity. May people be the subject of compromise? No. We have to liberate Ukraine and Europe, because when the Russian weapon shoot at us, it is already pointed at our neighbors. May Europe be the subject of compromise? No. We have to liberate from Russia's aggressive potential every international institution and every sphere of the world economy, because only then there will be a chance for freedom to pass through our border further to the east. May freedom be the subject of compromise.
Еммануель, всі друзі, я думаю, ви правильно мене зрозуміли. Я дякую вам. Дякую вам за вашу увагу. Ви Давиди вільного світу. Ми, об'єднані Давиди цього світу, повинні перемогти Путінів, розкиданих по всьому світу. Слава всім, хто сьогодні на полі бою. Слава Україні!
Enough of it, not only in Ukraine, but in our entire coalition of victory. The link should get stronger right now, so that the next year we would gather here in Munich for the first security post-war conference under the condition of free Ukraine, free Europe, free world. Olaf, Emmanuel, all our friends and I, Olaf, Emmanuel, yeah, all our friends, I think you've got me right. I thank you very much for your attention. You, Davids of the free world, we united Davids shall prevail over Putin's scattered all over the world. Glory to everyone who is now on the battlefield. Slava Ukraini! Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your words. When we asked you some time ago if you were to attend the Munich Security Conference, you said, well, I'm going to be there in person when the war is over. So we hope to welcome you, as you indicated, next year here in Munich. But on the same question, if I may, Mr. President, President Putin clearly counts on the fatigue of the international community and the fatigue of your country, of decrease in resilience. He believes that Russia has more staying power than Ukraine. Do you share his view? And he's going to respond in Ukrainian.
Питання. Ви знаєте, я в принципі не поділяю точки зору президента Путіна.
President Putin, I don't share anything with him. I do realize all the risks. I understand that they are there, great risks, and really he's interested in making sure that support is hindered or getting slow. Not talking about weapons, we're talking about all aspects of support, including financial support and political support. on all floors, on all platforms, including the UN and all the other various platforms, political support in Africa, for example, and the vision of what he's looking at of unity. So he does this last thing he wants is for the world to be united vis-a-vis Ukraine, and he has been working hard and driving a wedge between individual members of the European Union, indeed. So they don't want us to be resilient enough, as opposed to what we have demonstrated for the last year. And of course, fatigue, there is such thing as fatigue. There's a variety of issues and challenges, including energy, climate, whatever, inflation. And he is trying to pull them all together, lump them on the world, lump them together with the sanction policy to make them feel tired. But a lot of things happen because he started the war in the first place. So we don't have to be tired. We need to keep repeating to society and to each other, and which is the right thing to do, to keep in mind who actually started the war, why the war was started. It's obvious that Ukraine is not going to be his last stop. He's going to continue his movement all the way, I don't know, just including all other states that at some point in time were part of what? Of the Soviet bloc. So, and it's easy to understand what he's driving at. I said speed is crucial. Exactly. Let me. And he wants the world to slow down, because speed determines our prospects to overcome, to prevail. So he is afraid of his own domestic situation. He is losing himself to his own people, as a matter of fact. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, we have seen that Russia is trying for some days already to start on kind of offensive. My question, how do you think this will continue, and are you concerned that maybe Belarus will join in and Lukashenko will join Putin in attacking your country?
Well, with regard to this offensive story, so everything is not that as complicated. They're not just, leaders of genius. I'm talking about the political military leadership of Russia. They are trying to try the waters, to try to identify some vulnerabilities in our defense system, and they're looking for support. So therefore, they target civilian facilities, energy networks, and those strikes are not accidental. They are trying to provoke chaos, and they have been working on this, and they've been looking for any vulnerabilities on our side. So they're looking at the southern part of our country, and non-stop. They have been actually operating non-stop all the way through across, along the whole year. And they are amassed basically in the eastern southern parts, but let me remind you, about 40,000 Russian soldiers fled. They were just running away from the Kherson area all the way out to the other side of the river because they lost Kherson, but still they want to keep concentrated force somewhere in the east, because this is their number one area. And they are striking civilian facilities, like I said, housing areas, for a reason. They want to oust residents for them to be able to occupy, to put the foot on the ground. Speak of the Donbass. Unfortunately, the infrastructure has been completely destroyed, and as Hitler used to operate during the Second World War, right, relying on aviation, shelling and bombing, right? This is what Russia has been doing. So no surprises. We are fully aware of their tactics and strategies, and hopefully we are going to be supported by your allies, which will fill us with conviction. And, well, at the end of the day, the Donbass will end up being destroyed completely, but I'm sure that we'll be able to restore everything, to renew everything, to rebuild everything. So we need to save our human resources as well. This is because our largest values, highest values. With regard to the second part of the question about Belarus, well, our understanding as of today is as follows. At this point in time, such likelihood is pretty low for Belarus to join Russia, because this is not easy to involve Belarusian soldiers, because in principle we understand Belarusians do not want to fight against Ukraine. We have some analytical data that show an 80% support of, not going against Ukraine, and this is going to be a large mistake. Had Lukashenko been doing this, so it would have been really a huge history-making mistake, because at some point in time, Russia has been using their airports, airfields, to shell and bombard Ukraine. Maybe this has been done without Minsk's support. But if they do it voluntarily, if they actually join in forces, then this will be much worse for them. They will immediately become a part of Putin's aggressive equation, right? And they will be subject to future tribunals. They will have to face the need to fund restoration activities in Ukraine. So this is going to be a major mistake, and hopefully Belarus will fall short of doing that, and they do not have enough forces for that, not resources. And if they do attack us, so chances are that their soldiers will fall and will remain in our soil without being able to return. So we are defending ourselves, and they're thinking of attacking us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My last question is about the future of your own country. You have demonstrated within Ukrainian society a lot of internal solidarity. My question is, will this unity, which I think is very, very important, will this continue after the war, and also on if I may say this, on the endemic corruption that we witnessed in your country before? Do you think that this endemic corruption will be pulled out by its roots for good?
All right. There's no such thing as in-depth corruption in Ukraine. A lot of things, of course, have been put bare, have come up to surface with this war, against the backdrop of this war. I agree with what you're saying, and some part of our people have stayed with the occupiers. But okay, winding forward, the post-war Ukraine, I'm sure that Ukraine will be able to cope with corruption, because we are conducting a series of reforms, and we have a specialist anti-corruption agency, and I'm about to appoint a new leader, and next month, in fact, so this process will be completed. So regardless of the war, we are reforming ourselves. We are fighting corruption, and but again, during the war, of course, corruption is always there, because war is sometimes used as a source of illicit incomes, as you know. But hopefully this is going to end pretty much soon, and we'll cope with corruption after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I think I speak for everybody when I thank you for your intervention this afternoon, and we wish you and your people good luck, and we'll do everything also here at the Munich Security Conference to really support behind your cause. You are defending our freedom as well. So thank you very much for being with us. Good luck to you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Good luck and peace. Thank you for support.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to keep on your headphones, because now it's a great pleasure and honor to welcome for the second time in a row to the Munich Security Conference Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
Sehr geehrter Herr Botschafter Heusgen, meine Damen und Herren.
Heusgen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm certain I speak on behalf of everyone when, after this speech of President Zelensky, I first of all respond to him. Volodymyr, we would have loved to have you with us today, because Ukraine belongs here, at our side, in a free and united Europe. However, we understand where your place has to be at this time, has to be, in Kiev, working tirelessly for your country. And for that, we here in Munich wish you continued strength and confidence.
Extend a very special, very warm welcome to the Vice President of the United States. Thank you for joining the conference once again, I may add. It is an honor to have you here with us, along with so many colleagues from the US Senate, the House of Representatives, and the administration. Welcome to all of you to Munich. Ihnen, lieber Herr Ischinger, war es immer ein Anliegen, dass
Mr. Ischinger, it was always important to you to ensure that this conference was not just about giving speeches, but that the participants entered into a dialogue with each other. And Mr. Heusgen, I know that you set great store by that too. So I'd therefore like to confine myself to a few points to, as it were, kick off our discussion. First of all, Putin's revisionism will not prevail. On the contrary, Ukraine is more united than ever. The EU stands unified, and it stands behind Ukraine's future EU membership. NATO is growing. It is gaining new members. And at the same time, thousands of young Russians have paid the ultimate price for Putin's war with their lives, and many others have turned their backs on their country. The Ukrainians are defending their freedom at such high cost and with remarkably impressive resolve. And we are supporting them as comprehensively and as long as is necessary. Germany alone provided more than 12 billion euro to assist Ukraine last year. We've taken in more than 1 million Ukrainian refugees, granting them full access to our labor market, to our schools, to our universities. We're supplying state-of-the-art weaponry, ammunition, and other military goods, more than any other country in continental Europe. That not only meets the, and it has to be said, justified expectations of our partners and allies, we're also assuming the responsibility which a country of Germany's size, location, and economic clout has to shoulder in times such as these. In so doing, we have broken with decades-long principles of German policy. For example, the maxim that we don't supply weapons in a war such as this and in an area such as this. I understand if some people here in Germany are concerned and question our decisions, and I want to say to them that it's not our arms supplies which are prolonging the war. The opposite is true. And that brings me to my second point. The sooner President Putin realizes that he cannot achieve his imperialist objective, the greater the chance that the war will end soon with the withdrawal of Russia's occupying forces. That's also Ukraine's aim, as President Zelensky emphasized at our meetings last week in Paris and Brussels, and he's just reaffirmed it once more just now. We, Europe, as well as the transatlantic and international communities, are firmly united in pursuit of this goal. By the way, this includes documenting and prosecuting war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Russians in Ukraine. It's good that the Munich Security Conference is addressing this issue, for there can be no lasting peace without justice. At the same time, we're making sure that war doesn't break out between NATO and Russia. My third message is, therefore, we will continue to strike a balance between providing the best possible support for Ukraine and avoiding an unintended escalation. And I'm pleased and grateful that President Biden and many other allies share this view. After all, the path we've embarked upon together runs through uncharted territory. For the first time in our history, a nuclear power is waging an imperialist war of aggression here on European soil, and there's no blueprint for that, for what we need to do in such a situation. I believe we would do well to carefully weigh up all the consequences of our actions and closely coordinate all key steps among the allies. For this is a war in our neighborhood, in Europe, a dangerous war. And despite all the pressure to take action, and that undoubtedly exists, in this key question, caution must take priority over hasty decisions and unity over going it alone, over solo actions. And from the outset, we have to provide our support in such a way that it can be continued for a prolonged period. To date, any decision we've made on supplying new weapon systems has been taken on that premise, in the case of howitzers and multiple launch rocket systems, in the case of air defense weapons, armored infantry fighting vehicles, Patriot missile batteries, and most recently, Western battle tanks. And we will continue to decide on that basis in future. That also means that all those who can supply battle tanks of this kind should now actually do so. Defense Minister Pistorius, Foreign Minister Baerbock, and myself are canvassing intensively for this, and we will do so again here in Munich. Germany will do everything it can to make this decision easier for our partners, for instance, by training Ukrainian soldiers here in Germany or providing support in terms of supplies and logistics. By the way, I see this as an example of the kind of leadership which everyone is entitled to expect from Germany, and I expressly offer it to our friends and partners. And that brings me to my fourth message. Germany is committed to living up to its responsibility for Europe's security and that of NATO allied territory without any ifs or buts. In previous years, it has often been said from this platform that Germany has to live up to its responsibility in the security policy sphere, and I share this view. I not only share it, we will indeed fulfill our responsibility by providing an additional brigade to protect Lithuania, by assisting Poland and Slovakia with air defense and air policing, by protecting critical infrastructure in the North and Baltic Seas, and by leading NATO's very high readiness joint task force and keeping 17,000 troops on standby to that end. In order to accomplish that and more in the future, we are putting an end to the neglect of the Bundeswehr. We've laid the foundation for this by creating the special fund of 100 billion euro for our armed forces. To realize this, we amended the Basic Law with the support of our country's largest opposition party. This fund allows us to finally change gear in terms of building up our Bundeswehr's capabilities. Of course, the new combat aircraft, helicopters, ships and tanks will result in an increase in expenditure on ammunition, equipment, maintenance, exercises, training and personnel. And I therefore want to take this opportunity to reaffirm what I said in the Bundestag 3 days after the war began. Germany will increase its defense expenditure to 2% of gross domestic product on a permanent basis. In order to invest this funding in a meaningful and sustainable manner, we need a high-performing, competitive arms industry in Germany and in Europe as a whole. Therefore, my fifth point is the European Union must pull together strategically when it comes to arms policy. We must all work in the same direction. We're developing the future combat air system together with France and Spain, and the main ground combat system with France. And we're also making progress in the joint development of European capabilities. One example of this is the European Sky Shield initiative proposed by Germany, which is intended to strengthen Europe's air defense within the NATO framework. These are steps towards a Europe of defense and armament, as I outlined last year at Charles University in Prague. They are also steps towards a Europe more capable of taking action in geopolitical terms, towards a Europe which is also stronger and as an ally in the transatlantic alliance. That also means doing more to resolve conflicts in our neighborhood. This is the purpose of the European proposal initiated by President Macron and myself on an agreement between Serbia and Kosovo. And I hope that Belgrade and Pristina will grasp this historic opportunity in the interest of stability in the Western Balkans and throughout Europe. Further steps must be taken to consolidate a geopolitical Europe. After all, security cannot be achieved through military strength alone in our digital, technological, and globalized world. And that's why my sixth point is, for us Europeans, and I'm ultimately talking about all open and democratic societies like our own, it's absolutely crucial that we become more resilient overall. That will not be achieved by deglobalization, not by turning our backs on the world. That would indeed be a betrayal of our own values, as well as an ill-advised decision economically. Rather, it can only be achieved by ending one-sided, risky dependencies and making our political and economic relations broader and more robust. We Germans know what we're talking about. After all, we in Germany ended our dependency on Russian energy during the course of the last 12 months. That required a huge effort. We will reduce such critical dependencies in other areas too, for example, with regard to strategically important raw materials or cutting-edge technologies. Incidentally, I believe this goal, too, should be included in our new national security strategy. We're already strengthening our own production capacities, for example, for semiconductors. We're already diversifying our supply chains and gaining new supplies and markets in the Asia-Pacific region, in Africa, in Central and South America. At the same time, this is also always about granting these regions a greater political say. Indeed, it's about demanding this say. For it's also in their interest that fundamental principles of our peaceful order and of the UN Charter are not trampled underfoot. By the way, that was one of the reasons I traveled to Beijing last autumn. All countries are called upon to defend certain fundamental principles of the international order, including China. And I'm glad that President Xi made it clear on that occasion that he is firmly opposed to any threat to deploy nuclear weapons, and most certainly to their actual deployment in Russia's war against Ukraine. At the same time, and under no illusions about what we can achieve through dialogue alone, also among our democratic partners in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Europa muss aus der Vorstellung herauskommen, dass die Probleme Europas auch die Probleme der Welt sind. Aber die Probleme der Welt sind nicht Europas Probleme. This quote from the Indian foreign minister is included in this year's Munich Security Report. And he has a point. It wouldn't be Europe's problem alone if the law of the strong were to assert itself in international relations. However, to be credible as a European or North American in Jakarta, New Delhi, Pretoria, Santiago de Chile, Brasilia, or Singapore, and to achieve something, it's not enough to emphasize our shared values. We have to generally address the interests and concerns of these countries as a basic prerequisite for joint action. And that's why it was so important to me to not merely have representatives of Asia, Africa, and Latin America at the negotiating table during the G7 summit last June. I really wanted to work with these regions to find solutions to the main challenges they face, growing poverty and hunger, partly as a consequence of Russia's war, as well as the impact of climate change or the COVID-19 pandemic. And that brings me to my seventh and final point. If the multipolar world of the 21st century is to have an order which is based on justice and penalizes injustices, then we need new forms of international solidarity and new ways of enabling countries to have their say. The Munich Security Conference has also recognized this, Mr. Heusken. It seeks an exchange of ideas with all countries which share our interest in a world where power is bound by rules, which is not revisionist. That's what I'm calling for, and it's what I'm working to achieve. And I'm glad that many of you are at my side. And now, I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chief International Anchor of CNN, Christiane Amanpour.
Thank you. Mr. Chancellor, this time last year, I had the privilege of sitting here with President Zelensky. The United States had told him, maybe you shouldn't leave your country because something might happen. But he came here anyway to say that our fight is your fight, as he did again. Many nations here, with the exception of the US and the UK, did not believe in the intelligence that Vladimir Putin would in fact invade. And then 3 days later it did. You heard President Zelensky just say this must be over this year. Do you share that belief that it can and must be?
I think this is really a very brutal war. It is the imperialistic approach of Russia to conquer the whole Ukraine still, or big parts of it. And he is doing this with very much furor, with a lot of brutal impact on the soil of the Ukraine. And many people suffer from that, dying men, women, children, and young and old people. And this is what we should know. So this is what we can do now facing the situation, and that is giving the best support we can. And this is why Germany enlarged constantly its capacity of support for the Ukraine. And we did so with the effect that now we can say that Germany is the biggest supplier also of weapons to Ukraine in continental Europe, and we will continue to be there.
Mm-hmm. But you in your speech said we have to be ready for the long haul. I mean, you must strategize, you must think amongst yourselves how long this could last. Do you have a target date?
I think it is wise to be prepared for a long war, and it is wise to give Putin the message that we are ready to stay all the time together with Ukraine, and that we will constantly support the country. So it is not really a very good idea that in this conference or at this podium the two of us discuss the question when exactly, in which months this war will end. The really important decision we should take all together is saying that we are willing to do it as long as necessary, and that we will do our best.
Do you believe? Do you believe that NATO, the allies, will stay united? And do you believe that your people will stay behind you and behind this effort?
Yes. First, I'm absolutely sure that Putin never expected that there would be a that united Europe and that there would be a that united world. He never thought that the transatlantic partnership would work that good, but also he never thought that there would be so much support for Ukraine from many other countries all over the globe. And he never expected that there would be a majority of people voting in the General Assembly saying that this is a war of aggression that could not be accepted. And he never expected that even in the G20 meeting we had a very strict sentence about this war and the Russian aggression, and an absolutely clear sentence that nuclear weapons should not be used in this war. So the unity is someone he never expected, and it is our task but also our chance that we stick to it. I'm absolutely sure that we will. And looking at the situation in my country, I see that there is a broad support for the strategy and activities of the government. Yes, there are some, and we are a democratic country, that are not that sure whether it is really a good idea to do all these sanctions and to deploy all these many weapons to Ukraine. But even the big majority of those is in the end accepting that the government has to take a responsible decision and trust us in doing what we do. And even those who possibly sometimes think we should do something more really understand that it is very good that we stick together, that we never go alone, and that we just do it together with our friends and partners, and especially with the United States. And this is why I'm also sure that we will have the support of our people for the things we are having to do.
Obviously, one can't put a date on the end. However, it does depend, I suppose, on the amount of help that you send and the speed with which you send it. So no point in going over the length of time it took to get the Leopard tanks, and for you to say that, the sort of choreography between the UK, US, and Germany. But now you seem to be in the position of having to persuade all those other countries that were trying to get you to send the Leopards, or let their Leopards, to actually send them. Why?
There is a question I have to ask to others, especially those who were so much urging me to act in a special way. And I will just repeat, the only strategy for being united is never doing something just for your own, and to discuss with your friends and partners, and this is what we did. And I'm really appreciating very much the strong alliance with the United States in this case. It is very good that we did a lot, and not just the last step, together. And I'm sure we will continue to be together in this very difficult case.
When will they get there? When will the tanks get there, yours and the others?
So we are working, the Minister of Defense is here, he's working very hard to make it happen, and the industry is doing the same, so that we are able to deploy the first Leopard tanks very soon, and also with trained soldiers. This is what we already started. And we are doing so also in giving training and support for all the maintenance which is necessary, and ammunition to other parties that will join. And as I learned, many are not able to deliver the most modern tanks, which we do. I hope some more will join also in this case. But in the ones they are delivering, we will give the support as well. And as you know, there is also a big number of older tanks which we will deliver. And so this is all together what we can do. It's part of our joint activity, and I'm sure that in the end it has a concrete military effect. But the most important effect in this case is that Putin learns that it is a miscalculation if he thinks he can just stick to this course as long as necessary, and then we will stop our support. This will not happen.
Chancellor, There's also some worrying information or reality about your own and generally NATO's ammunition stockpiles. Secretary General said this week that what used to take 12 or so months to order and produce is now taking 28 months. Is that a worry? I mean, they are using a huge amount of shells, obviously, but how can you continue to prosecute this war if you're running out of ammunition and the production has not yet ramped up?
First, I discuss very often with Jens and also with Boris, the defense minister in Germany, and my foreign minister, Annalena, that we have to change the way of dealing with the industry. So in the last years, more and more, we thought that the relation between the public defense department and the industry is something very similar to a company that is buying a car. So there is always a stock of cars, there's a permanent production, there's always what you need for maintenance. The way we did it in the past, in the last 20 years or so, is that we once ordered and we agreed that the production is stopping because we have already bought what we need. So we have to understand that for our security, we have to change the way of dealing this fact. We need a permanent production of the most important weapons we are using, and this is also due to maintenance questions, and this is also due to the question of munition. And so this is what we are learning, but learning it means that we are now taking action in case of our own defense capabilities, but also doing it in supporting Ukraine. So you already may have heard that though this is a weapon that has not been used and produced for, I think, 20 or 30 years, we are now producing again the munition for the Gepard flak tank, which is very essential in defending Ukraine from missiles and other things, and it is something which we are starting so that there is a constant supply. We also discuss what we can do for achieving the chance that the munition that works with the tanks that are in use in Ukraine, mostly of Eastern and Russian origin, could also be continued. And there are a lot, and I see them, of our Eastern partners who could be very good partners in creating the production in this case. Okay. So we are willing to do our best that a permanent supply is feasible.
Part of this conference is also, as it was announced, to include the global south and actually to try to change public opinion and opinion amongst the leadership. You were just in Brazil talking to President Lula. You asked for ammunition for the Gepard tank. I also interviewed him in Washington when he visited President Biden, and he said, no, not doing it. Don't believe in it. Don't believe in what you're doing. How are you going to convince the rest of the world to come on board with what you call a war for international and global values and the rule of law?
So first, I think that this is the last moment for what Putin always is calling the global West, to have a very good and much better relationship to many countries in Asia, Africa, and the South of America. I'm completely convinced that if we look from the world from the perspective of 2050, it will be a different world with many powerful nations in Asia, in Africa, and the South of America. And this is obviously Indonesia and India, if you look to Asia, but also our good friends we already have in Japan and in Korea, but look at Vietnam, look at Malaysia, look at the Philippines, look at Thailand. There are many countries that could be good partners for us if we are dealing with them, and this is what we should do. And this is the same with Africa. I just want to repeat that it's very good that we have a good relation with South African Republic, that we have a good discussion with Senegal as the leading country of the African Union today. But I would just remember you that Nigeria will have, as some people are telling us, 500 million inhabitants in the midst or near the midst of this century. And if we go to the south of America, with Brazil, with Mexico, with many other countries there, they will be strong. And they will not accept that a country, even a country coming up now, will give them advice. This will be definitely a multipolar world. And the task we have today is to make very sure that this multipolar world is not a world which is not accepting the rule of law in the relation between countries, that revisionism is never accepted, which is what Putin is doing, and that we have, though we do not all agree on the way of governing our countries, agree that the habeas corpus, the integrity of a person, is something that is also accepted by those countries who are not democracies, like, for instance, Germany or France or UK or the United States. And this is the one thing we have to do. And this is why I invited many of them to this Elmau meeting in G7 in Germany. And this is why I think that we should not underestimate the situation. It was Brazil, it was South Africa, it was Argentina, it was Indonesia, it was India, and many others that made it feasible that we had that strong decision in G20 saying that this is an aggression and saying that nuclear bombs should not be used in this war. And we have them as partners, those who already decided on the General Assembly together with us, but also those who did not haven't done this, but who are absolutely clear about the aggression. And just, you mentioned Brazil, Lula was and is absolutely clear, saying this is an imperialistic aggression by Russia and nothing else.
Yeah, but he also gives a little, he also says it takes two to tango, and he puts some of that blame on Zelensky. In any event, let's move on, because we're going to get some questions in a moment. But first, the tanks were like, no, yes. Are the planes going to be no, yes? And what are you going to talk to President Biden about when you go to Washington to meet him soon?
So we have a very good friendship, and it is not that we have public debates, but we have a lot of debates where we work on the questions on the table. And it is something that only works if we do not tell you before what we will do, and afterwards possibly also not all. So we have to do something and have to deal with some questions. And as you know, I think some questions before you asked me, you were deciding to send combat tanks. What? And now you have to convince others. But though you did this, you now ask me about another question which is not on the table, which is not on the agenda, where there's no need for discussing it. I think we will have to do a lot for making feasible that now a broad support for the things we already delivered for the battlefield on the ground, and which will be important, and we will continue to do more of what we already did and to get many countries joining us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chancellor. And apparently we don't have any time for questions. Sorry, but it's moving a little bit faster than I imagined, or slower. And President Macron's coming up next. Thank you.
You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference. And that has been quite the opening, and we will talk about it. Rest assured, our experts are at hand, but there is a lot on the agenda today with, coming up next, for example, France in the World with Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. So stay tuned, this will start momentarily.
Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue momentarily. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue momentarily. Please remain seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please follow the model of the President of Montenegro, who is sitting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and pleasure to announce the President of the French Republic. It's wonderful to have him here. The President has been a regular guest of the Munich Security Conference. He was here as advisor to President Hollande. He was here later on as minister. He was here as president. He was here in 2020, and he was here in 2021 virtually. I'm very, very happy that you came to Munich and to tell us about your view of things, and I'm looking forward to our discussion afterwards. Monsieur le Président, c'est à toi.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, mesdames et messieurs les ministres, mesdames et messieurs les directrices, directeurs généraux d'organisations internationales, monsieur le secrétaire général, mesdames et messieurs en vos grades et qualités, parce que je ne reconnaîtrai pas tout le monde ni dans la salle ni dans les escaliers. Je sais qu'il y a aussi beaucoup de parlementaires, de chefs
Unfortunately, I
d'entreprise. Merci
cannot
d'être là.
welcome each and every one of you here in the room. There's company representatives here, Christoph Heusgen, head of the MSC, esteemed friends. I'm very happy that we can get together here today in this spot where for the past 60 years, I believe it is now, discussions have been held that structure our world. Discussions that have led to new considerations in the transatlantic bond. Today, we heard from President Zelensky and from Federal Chancellor Scholz, my previous speakers, and now I have to say that, speaking after them, that it is very apparent that the situation is very serious. Almost a year has passed since the catastrophic war of aggression was launched by Russia in Ukraine. And even though the time for conclusions has not yet come, I think we should look ahead anyway, or maybe take stock in a certain way. Of course, in my deliberations today, I would like to focus on the war Russia is waging in Ukraine. But at the same time, we must not forget that there are other wars that are being waged in the Middle East, in the Caucasus region. There's a war going on against terrorism. Questions of nuclear issues are important as well, but of course today Ukraine is at the heart of the matter. After 1 year, taking stock leads to a very grave result after this catastrophic conflict, and I think I want to highlight one major point today. This war, as opposed to everything we read today, is not only a war of the Europeans, it's a war that concerns the world as a whole, because there is no justification at all for this aggression. I said this a few months ago already when I spoke at the United Nations. I said that this is a neo-imperialist attitude that we see, that is expressed in this aggression towards a neighbor of which you believe you must not respect their entire territory, and that there is a law that needs to be, a right that needs to be claimed. So the assumption that neo-colonialism and neo-imperialism were legitimate in this world. And secondly, all taboos were broken through this war of aggression. Not only the Charter of the United Nations was violated, no. It was violated by a member state of the Security Council. There has been systematic destruction of critical infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. Crimes were committed against the Ukrainian population, against civilians, and a nuclear threat is in the room as well. And the work done by Mr. Grossi at the EAA is also hugely important, and I would like to value that and appreciate that here. And he's also worked great with Iran. We must not underestimate that. So this war has had devastating consequences, and Russia only is responsible for this crisis. A crisis also of food supply, for example, despite the measures that we have taken in solidarity to the benefit of the countries that require our protection the most. Those who believe that this is a European matter, well, to those I say there's only one aggressor and only one party that was attacked. This is clear, and we must not want a stable international organization structure without stepping up for it. And my second consideration is this. It is the case that Russia's aggression has basically been crowned by 4 clear defeats. The first defeat is the defeat on the battlefield. The basic assumption of Russia was that this war was going to be quick, that Ukraine cannot resist and will fall within a few days or maybe within a few weeks at most, and that the matter was settled. The incredible bravery of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people, of the political leadership in Ukraine especially, and also of those friends who are here today, including the president that we've seen on screen earlier, those that have shown this bravery thwarted this plan. The north couldn't be taken, and then we saw what happened in Kherson. You know, we all remember this, and all this is a defeat of the original military plan of Russia. The second defeat is the defeat of the colonial mentality. So the point was to create confusion, to also create spheres of influence, and to act as though there was a legitimacy for this war of aggression. But that did not work out. Even a year later, this hasn't worked out. So what this is about is to explain that Russia is a power today that creates imbalances and injustices, not only in Ukraine or in the Caucasus or in Africa with the Wagner Group. We have seen this over the past few years. We have seen how Russia proceeds, and I talked to President Putin about a year ago, and back then I believed him in a way when he told me that the Wagner Group doesn't belong to him. But now these troops, this group is now official, quote unquote, and it's been a direct military means or tool or even a diplomatic tool that Russia is employing. It's a neo-mafiosi tool that Russia is using everywhere, and it is used to create crimes and commit crimes and create injustice. And the third defeat is a defeat, let's say a defeat looking into the future, because the result is a consolidation of Ukraine and its forces and the decision by Sweden and Finland to join NATO. And I would like to tell the representatives here how much we support them, the representatives of these countries. We want more international cooperation. There is a lot of mistrust towards Russia that has taken root, and self-defense has become more important. But now in the Caucasus, how can we assume that the challenge there can be solved by Russia, by a state that is so neo-colonial in its behavior? I was reassured by the president there that this is not the path to go down. And the fourth defeat concerns me. President Putin wanted to give Russia what supposedly it wanted, which is a claim in the world. So how could Russia be happy with just being an exporter of raw materials and not being a nation that is important in the world? How can Russia just be a medium-sized power that causes mistrust from all its neighbors? But that is now what the situation is. 2 years ago, I shared this exact view here. Nobody can change the geography of Russia. Russia will always remain a part of Europe, geographically speaking, and nobody here in this room can solve this dilemma that there is no complete and long-term peace in our continent as long as the Russian matter has not been solved in a reasonable fashion and without complacency. But we have to continue in this spirit, and we have to take this seriously. And this is what I have been underlining time and again. Once the conflict had started, we must not be naive, show unity, act vigorously, and pursue dialogue as well, wherever it is possible. But at the moment, the hour of dialogue hasn't come yet because Russia chose war. Russia chose to even intensify this war. Russia has decided to attack civilian infrastructure and to commit war crimes. For the short term, the solution is simple. Russia must not and cannot win this war, and Russia's attack must fail. We must not allow that resorting to force or violence becomes normalized, because that puts into question stability in the world. And this is why, together with our European and American partners and many others across the globe, we have, since the beginning of the conflict, created outposts of security. We have imposed sanctions, 10 packages worth of sanctions that we have imposed on Russia. And we have provided humanitarian and financial and economic support to Ukraine, to the people of Ukraine, and we also protected civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. We provided financial means, and let me thank the Secretary General at this point for everything he's done. And every time France has pursued the path of the greatest value added for Ukraine, for example, by supporting air defense and sending artillery and also training Ukrainian armed forces. At the same time, we also made sure that the Ukrainians can be protected, but also Romania and Estonia, for example. We are helping to strengthen and bolster the defense of the eastern flank of NATO. But also we're present in the Mediterranean Sea, and we have joint maritime groups there too. And that, as a matter of fact, since the first days of the conflict. Also, there was always the question whether this conflict would spread into Romanian territory. But over time and again, we have worked towards agreement, basically. And this is my conviction. We need to intensify our support further, to undertake more efforts, increase our effort in order to help the Ukrainian people so that Ukraine itself can launch a counter-offensive, in order to then, under credible circumstances, enter into a negotiation process chosen by Ukraine. We are ready to intensify our efforts. The next few months and weeks will be decisive. But at the same time, we also stand ready to sustain a longer conflict. I don't wish for that. Nobody does, of course. But together, we have to remain credible. We have to remain credible in our perseverance. And this is what France wants to highlight once again today. Unity and determination are important to provide Ukraine with the means to go back to the negotiation table in an acceptable fashion and to work on long-term peace under conditions that the Ukrainians have decided upon and identified. And in this context, I would like to call on all our European friends today. Based on the convictions that I've just shared with you, my first call on you, my first appeal to you is this. We need to invest more in defense. If we want peace, we need the means to achieve it. France, in this regard, is putting in its fair share. So in November, we passed the strategic compass, and now we are working on a new report for defense for the 24 to 2030 time frame. We will provide a significant number of euros to support those efforts, and we have to do more as allies. But rearming ourselves also means that we need to strengthen the European defense technological and industrial base, and all the means that we have developed recently through the agenda of Versailles a year ago need to be reinforced as well. We need to continue on this path. Also, the Ukrainian armed forces need to be enabled to continue on that path too, including with industrial support from Europe. And if Ukraine is supposed to defend Europe, it needs to be armed accordingly. It needs to be interoperable with Europe, and production capacities need to be ramped up also across Europe. We need an investment program for defense which is ambitious in all of Europe, so that we can make the best out of the European Defence Fund. We also do have to change, maybe, or think about changing our rhythm. The war industry that we have been wanting to strengthen in France since spring is something where we need more progress. We need more standardization, more simplification at the European level. And my second appeal now is this. We should also consider the nuclear aspect of this matter. There are non-verbalized questions in this war, and nuclear issues are one of those. Nuclear weapons are. Russia's attack took place in the shadow of nuclear weapons, and of course we need to protect our allies. But at the same time, this was also a wake-up call for us. We need to ask ourselves, what role do nuclear weapons play in the EU and in NATO? French deterrence has a very decided spot. Together with the UK, together we are responsible for the security of the alliance, and of course the Americans play a key role in this regard. And so I wish that once again we underline the nuclear features of our alliance, and that we consider once again what that means. And I would like to repeat what I said in February at the École de Guerre, a dialogue with our partners on France's nuclear deterrence, and what Europe derives from that is crucial. And thirdly, I would also like to call on all of us to rethink our security doctrine. Europe should, in all questions of arms control, have its place. I'm thinking of medium-range rockets and missiles. At one of the most recent NATO meetings, I underlined, and you may recall how important those weapons are. The United States has decided to not pursue certain contracts or agreements or treaties further, and they concerned our territory, and we were not involved here. So basically, we were a geopolitical minority, and that needs to end. It is about the security of Europe that is at stake. We need to think about this. We need to provide this type of security, and we need to guarantee it together with our NATO partners, but also as Europeans. The INF treaty was discussed over the past few years, but we were not invited to that, and so there is no treaty anymore like the INF, and we have to draw conclusions from that. That would have an added value also for the European defense posture, and would strengthen our capabilities in defense and reinvigorate them as well, if we had a tool like the INF Treaty again that no longer exists. And that also ties in with a more general topic that Federal Chancellor Scholz just brought up, which is air defense here on the European continent. And I think it was right that President Scholz raised the issue of air defense. We, Germans, British, French, who want to join in this effort, should have a conference on air defense in Europe. We should have a conference on that, including with industry representatives, inviting all those who have solutions to offer here. But also from a strategic point of view, we need to consider this, especially from a strategic point of view. But at the same time, deterrence and effects in the depth need to be considered. This is a central question for Europe. Europe needs to have its place in a future security order. My fourth appeal to you is this. What mechanism could we have that could prevent a cycle of aggression. We need a framework of transparency, of predictability in Europe with simple principles like inviolability of borders, sovereignty of states, the stabilizing role of Europe that we should underline. So we need an architecture that is credible with arms control. And finally, we also need a framework that prevents crises, including long-term crises on the continent. Of course, we can use existing structures like the OSCE, and of course, Europe needs to be at the heart of this. I'm not thinking dogmatically here. There is the EU, yes, but I think we need to think Europe bigger, just as we've done through the European political community that has to play a special role in this regard. Some partners have decided to leave the European Union, but they're a member of the European political community. They are partners in energy and security, and they share so many topics with us. And there are other countries that want to join the European Union, and I hope they will do it. Today, they're quite far from it. I think Norway and the UK, Moldova, Ukraine, this is a European political community that has the opportunity to prevent crises like that and to create the architecture I just outlined. I would like to reassure the President of Moldova of our support once again. She's facing so many challenges and has faced them and mastered them. So we need a space for cooperation on our continent. And NATO plays a very fundamental, a key role here. And the last few months have shown that all those who believed that the strengthening of the European pillar within NATO was a threat for NATO have understood now that this basically strengthened our alliance because, of course, this is just logical to act this way, and that with this we have shown our determination to reach strategic goals together. And now 2 more appeals to our European partners. So my 5th appeal. In addition to the current conflict, we need to pull together in the future when it comes to other conflicts that are a threat to us already now. There is a risk that we're all facing. It's the risk of something that could happen in the next weeks or months, which is more geopolitical shifts. We could potentially see new forms of conflicts in new spaces like the cyberspace or in the maritime sphere. We must not forget the vulnerability of our democracies when it comes to destabilization campaigns and disinformation campaigns. These spheres will be exploited, maybe by Russia, but also maybe by other authoritarian powers that in this context target the destabilization of us. So we have to pool our capacities and our investments and work together more strongly in this area. And now my last appeal to all Europeans, but also everyone beyond Europe, also including the United States, is this. Let's prepare peace. For the short term, we need to be strong and determined, and we need to be willing to persevere. Already now, we need to prepare the conditions for peace. This is our responsibility. But this is not about making bad compromises. No, we need a credible peace, because a credible peace will be durable. But we will have to be prepared and create the conditions for this peace. And that means that we need to work with everyone, let's say in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East, in Latin America and Africa. We need to be in touch with our partners in those regions who maybe do not fully share our views that I just outlined. And as I said earlier in the beginning, we are often being accused of not speaking the truth, of not being quite honest. You know, you spend so much money on Ukraine. We have faced wars for years, and you never spent any money on us. You know, we need to listen to these concerns. We need to listen to those countries and to those regions. And together with those countries from those regions, we need to step up together and exert pressure on Russia and create a long-lasting peace. And so that means, finally, that we have to fight this narrative of double standards. I want to call on the G20 and the G7 to stand by us, to create a partnership of the South and the North in order to strengthen solidarity at the international stage, to the benefit of health, education, the fight of food scarcity, and basically creating more credibility for richer countries and countries that are currently undergoing developments. You know, we need to help those countries. We need to show them how we defend our principles towards a durable and just peace in Ukraine. We want a more fair, a more just world. We want a world that can tackle the challenges of climate change in those countries, but also in other places. But responsibility is indispensable. And in all of that, we must not forget what the responses are to this new geopolitical environment. It also needs to be a military answer. It must be a response of resolve. We need to commit ourselves to a credible peace, to a strengthened and enhanced policy of solidarity. So that was a quite a long speech, and I thank you for your attention, and thank you for letting me share with you my convictions today.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. En fait, deux questions. Okay. Oui. Okay. Mr. President, thank you very much for your speech. It had an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage was it was very comprehensive. The disadvantage was we don't have much time for questions, and I will not ask you questions, but I ask the public who didn't get to ask questions to the German Chancellor. So you have a question for two questions for the President. I take the two questions right after another. And the first one doesn't even need to raise his hand. François Eisbourg. Can we get a mic? Short.
Oh, très court. Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. President, do you think that there's any chance that there will be a long-lasting peace with Russia? Because you just said Russia will remain a part of Europe always. So if Russia doesn't bury its dreams to create a big empire yet again, just as it happened in France with regards to the war in Algeria, you know, don't you think there is any chance, any shred of hope?
No, we do it. No other question? Yes, there, over, please.
Monsieur le Président, I'm going to speak in English, but in your vision of a new global order and a durable peace, does that include reforming the Security Council to actually give political weight and voice to all these other countries?
Look, I will start with the second question. Yes, definitely. I think we have to reshape our global order. I think first, and for me this is why this is a huge emergency, we have to rebalance our global order and make it more inclusive. And I think I'm very impressed by how much we are losing the trust of the global South. I will be very clear and tough with ourselves. Why? Because for good reasons they felt that this world was quite unbalanced. They felt that during the COVID-19 period of time, even if we did a lot, there was a double standard approach. We committed to do more afterwards. We had a wonderful summit. IMF made a tremendous job, WHO as well, for the Global South. But we committed, but we delivered very slowly. Look at the SDRs. We did it. We pushed very much, but so many countries didn't do so, for good reasons at home, but they didn't see the money. And on top of that, now they are impacted by the consequences of this war. So they just say, when the war is on your territory, is your top priority, you are ready to spend money you have magnitude and speediness, but it's not the same for us. And at the same time, you have an acceleration of their challenges, inequalities, demography, climate change, and direct consequences. So I think for me, the top priority is to restore more solidarity. This is why I do believe this new partnership between South and North is key. And we will organize a conference in June in Paris with all the big international organizations and countries precisely to try to help and accelerate the reform of IMF, World Bank, and so on, but as well reshape the global order and the inclusiveness of the different forums. Part of it, definitely, is the Security Council. Let's be clear. One permanent member just decided to kill the rules of what he was supposed to look for. So we have to reform it and to reshape it. As for this dream of empire and the Russian mindset, I'm convinced that this war, this is not a justification, but an explanation. This war is the consequence of the fact that probably nobody in Europe properly digested the end of the Cold War. Neither the Europeans nor the Russians. We thought ourselves that it was the honeymoon, the end of a wall, and everything could be repaired. Access to the European Union, new democratic standards, and a new global order. You don't change the society and what people experience during decades overnight. And even by the way ourselves as Europeans we approach the consequence of the situation, we probably underestimated the importance of national culture in some countries in Europe, joining the EU. We probably underestimated the in-depth crisis and this time for transition. And we didn't think properly. It was exactly what I advocated a few years ago, but probably I formulated it and I advocated too late, but I was elected in 2017. But the relationship with Russia. And I think in our own approach vis-à-vis Russia, we didn't digest it. But very clearly, I think Russia didn't digest the end of an empire. And I think clearly the deep reason of this aggression is resentment post-1990 and obsession of geopolitical empire. And when you have, look at the situation, an average GDP, a declining demography, you are the biggest country of this world with a lot of borders, especially with China and some good fellows. If you want to fix your future, you need some crazy dreams. So either you have a dream of growth and innovation, the one we could hope, either you have a dream of a new Europe based on peace, innovation, education, and so on, or you resume the old dream of empire based on hegemony and aggression. This is this one. I'm very skeptical about the ability of make a big reset on the short run, and I don't see any signal on that. The question is how, let's be clear, I don't believe one second in a regime change. And when I hear a lot of people advocating for regime change, I would just ask them for which change? Who's next? Who is your leader? How to implement it? And we experienced several times during the past decade a lot of regime change in a lot of countries. It's total failure. So just you have this regime with its obsessions, its people. We want first to help Ukraine to save its territory, its people and sovereignty. And I think the question is how to twist and create an imperfect balance, allowing them to present something sustainable for Russia itself. At the end of the day, it will be something like that. It's too early to formulate it. Now, the question is how to resist, help the Ukrainians to make on the ground something which will force Russia to come back at the table at the conditions of Ukraine. But at a point of time, given the geography, we will have to negotiate. I think in the back of their mind, this regime, these people will have the same dream. The question is how to make the new normal acceptable for them and sustainable for all of us. I think we have some ways, they are quite complicated. Definitely it's not the right time to formulate them, but we have to work on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There are some open questions, so we hope you'll come back next year to respond to these questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and all the best for our Ukrainian friends.
You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference, and that has been a lot so far, and now we are trying to put some sense into it, mostly his 2 cents. Clemens Fehrenkotte, long-time correspondent for Southeast Europe and Washington, D.C., joining me now live on the ground at Hotel Bayerischer Hof. Clemens, so happy to have you, and let's dive right in. What did you think of Zelensky's statement?
I mean, he was brilliant rhetorically, as he always is, but this time he was able to pronounce all these wishes he has for his country, also in biblical terms. He was saying Ukraine is David, the biblical David, fighting Goliath, and Goliath is Russia. And he was said there is no alternative to the other than to defeat Goliath. Then he went also using the same metaphor, saying the sling, I need slings, already got some. He's saying it hasn't been enough, we need a large sling in order to finish this off. He had been here 1 year ago, and he left, it was February, I think was February the 21st, I think, a couple of days prior to the Russian invasion. And he came here just for 1 day. He said, I'm in breakfast in Kiev and I will be at dinner in Kiev. And he had been here. He was saying, by that time, I was asking all these participants, and some, especially countries close to Europe and partners, help us. And there hadn't been a response. Now he was saying this response is almost done. There's lots of support, and he thanked, especially for this support, profoundly.
Christiane Amanpour, with the discussion she had later with Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz, she asked one very good question, in my opinion. With the tanks, she said, it has been a no, 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 yes. Will it be a no, 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 yes, with jets as well? To which Olaf Scholz responded, that's not on the table. But like you said, Zelensky was saying Ukraine is still missing the sling David had to defeat Goliath. So what do you make out of this reaction from the German Chancellor?
I mean, the German Chancellor was pretty clear and a bit also critical of his European partners who are pushing him the weeks ahead for Leopard tanks, and give us a go-ahead. Then finally, together with U.S. President Joe Biden, he was doing this. He was getting his go-ahead with Leopard tanks, and then the result from countries like Poland or the Netherlands was, well, at the moment we don't have any. We'll come back to you. Coming back to the question of Christiane Amanpour saying where are the tanks, I think he gave a fairly not only diplomatic but also political correct answer, was saying in a few weeks. So he wouldn't be a chancellor, not even of Germany, but a responsible chief of government saying, well, they will be delivered at March 21st.
In your article on this year's Munich Security Conference, Clemens, you were saying the European security architecture has been in ruins since the Russian war against Ukraine. Germany and France, or the still maybe cornerstone of Europe, are they reacting accordingly to that?
No, we have to admit they don't. And it's you can follow up this since the beginning of the war till nowadays. Also, we just listened to the French President Emmanuel Macron prior to the German Chancellor, and there had been differences. I'll give you some example. For example, the German Chancellor was saying, well, we have really to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Putin's imperialism is bound to be defeated. The French president saying basically one sentence I haven't heard since the whole afternoon. He was saying we have prepared for peace. Then probably everyone was saying what peace, and he was for sure, we all listened in when you have listened to the program, saying yeah, but it's not now the time, but we have to prepare. So he was reaching out. In terms of military, financial support, Germany is way ahead of France. And going basically to tanks, they have the Leopard tanks. There are not any in production any longer in France. So there isn't anything which they can put on the table right now. In terms of differences, in terms of money, in terms of financial, political, and military support, I think it's a disbalance between Berlin and Paris.
As I can see in my monitor, we still have a little bit of time left. So, Clemens, let me take you one step back to the beginning of the Munich Security Conference. Chairman Heusgen, he said, let's hope that Putin is impressed by the unity at the Munich Security Conference. First off, do you think Moscow is watching? And second off, do you think Putin will be impressed by what he has seen so far?
Well, first of all, the Russians are obviously, in terms of government representatives or even Foreign Secretary Lavrov, who had been a permanent guest here in Munich in the Bayerischer Hof, the Russian officials are not invited here. So that was a clear signal saying we don't want to invite somebody whose regime is killing tens of thousands of innocent people in a row. So that was the thing which was clear. For sure, the Russian, I wouldn't say even government, the PR machine, we would say also the propaganda machine, is looking for ankles, saying, so where, they're always looking for, where is this unity, where I can just find another crack. And I think it was German Chancellor Scholz, and also I think Macron too, was saying, and Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, saying, Putin is looking for weak spots. And that was Zelensky, now I recall. He was referring to the front line at the Donbass at the moment. But the same goes politically. And so far, for sure, Moscow is watching. Do they have an impact right now? No. And there had been also some talk about, the Russians hadn't been here in former times. There was always a dialogue, even in tense times. Then even opponents, political opponents or system opponents had been invited. Now this is different, and there had been kind of talk, was it correct to not invite Russian officials? And I was saying to myself, I mean, if I would do this and I would ask the Ukrainian president and a huge Ukrainian delegation to come to Munich or address it via video link, and then it was said, by the way, and after you have the Russian foreign secretary who's basically had lost all credit at all, then I would for sure say, no, I'm off. You won't see me in Munich the moment you invite somebody who's killing my people and try to kill me too. So that is obvious.
Thank you so much for being with us, Clemens, so far. Coming up next, a panel discussion against lawlessness, ensuring accountability. And you're watching BR24 Live, and we'll be right back after this.
And Ambassador Heusgen, we have to ask you to sit down as well. Okay, we're going to get going. The theme of this panel is accountability, and it is an important panel because we're living in an age of impunity, and that is what we're going to discuss today. We have an extraordinary group of people here. We have the Chief Prosecutor of the ICC, we have the Prime Minister of Estonia, we have Senator Lindsey Graham, and we have Nobel laureate Nadia Murad. I'm really honored that you're all here and that I'm able to chair this panel. I just want to give two statistics to give an indication of what we're dealing with. 84% of the casualties of war today are civilians, not soldiers, and twice as many aid workers were killed in the last decade as in the preceding decade. That's why this is an age of impunity, and the pictures that we saw from Ukraine in the preceding session give testament to that. We're going to talk for about 15 to 20 minutes as a group here and then engage the audience, many of whom have signaled to me that they're keen to speak, and I will do my best to bring you all in. I'm going to start with the Chief Prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court. Sir, I'm going to ask you to start by summing up the state of accountability for serious crimes today. If you commit a serious crime, are you going to get away with it, or is someone going to come and get you?
Well, firstly, thank you, Ambassador Hugsson, for the invitation. And it's a great question. We're living in a very imperfect world. But one thing I think is clear, that in towns and villages around the world, there is increasingly the expectation that the worst types of crimes, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, terrible breaches of human rights, will not go unpunished, whether that's locally or internationally. So I think there's been massive developments that we've seen since the 1990s with the indictment and prosecution of Milosevic and Karadzic and Mladic, Charles Taylor, Hissan Habre, the list goes on. So I think we've made real progress, but we've got work to do.
And when you say we've got work to do, what are the big reforms that you think are necessary?
Well, I think partnerships is key. Sometimes decision makers would like to identify, for obvious reasons, a silver bullet that can solve all the maladies of the world, or even the maladies that come before criminal courts. And I think what the lesson shows is there can't be spectators, there can't be bystanders. Local courts, national courts, regional courts, and international courts must work with greater harmony. We must share evidence better. We must make sure that there's no hiding place. And if you look what Germany has done, it's been leading the way in terms of international prosecutions for Daesh crimes. We see what's happening in the Netherlands in terms of human trafficking that my office has also helped with. We have these green, roots, these green sprouts that do give hope that there is going to be less tolerance for impunity and more determination to give rise to greater justice for people that need it desperately.
Great, thanks very much. We'll obviously come back to some of that later. Nadia Murad, I mean, you and your community have suffered in ways that few of us can imagine, but you've also shown leadership of an extraordinary kind. And I wonder if I can ask you what you think the lessons are of your experience, not as a survivor, but your lessons of your experience as a campaigner for accountability.
You know, the first thing that survivors, thousands of survivors from the Yazidi community who survived ISIS captivity, the first thing they ask, and they're still asking, is accountability. Thousands of survivors are yet waiting their day in court. We have made some progress, but it's very slow. We have seen here in Germany that 2 ISIS have been convicted for genocide and crimes against humanity. This is an important step forward, to hold more and more perpetrators accountable for crimes of genocide and sexual violence. This is what Germany did. They named the crime that it was genocide and sexual violence. Despite the mountain of evidence collected by UNITAD, they have identified more than 2,100 foreign terrorist fighters who have, direct tie to crimes committed in Sinjar, in Iraq and Syria. But unfortunately, so far, only Germany has, done the right thing. We need more and more countries to do the same thing. And this, the universal jurisdiction is an important tool to hold perpetrators for the most serious crimes. But how about thousands and thousands of ISIS who are right now in prison in Iraq and Syria without any court, without any deep investigations? Survivors are still waiting. They have given their testimonies over and over again, they have not moved forward. Hundreds of Yazidis, hundreds of thousands of Yazidis are still displaced. They don't feel safe to go back because there has not been any justice. And justice is the key for survivors, for communities after atrocities to move forward. We have working with CREAM, we have working with our lawyer, Amal Clooney, with survivors, with the community. And survivors, these cases like the one in Germany, they need to be survivor-centric. We are seeing that Iraq is doing similar things, but there's no transparency. Survivors are not included. Community is not included. And the way that Iraq do it, it's different from Germany. They only charge them with terrorism, not sexual violence and genocide. But survivors want, they want the crime to be named as ISIS named it. Sexual violence was used as a weapon of war to destroy my community, to destroy women, to destroy Iraq, and to make sure that these communities will never go back, and to assure them that ISIS that will not succeed, we have to deliver justice and without any further delay.
Thank you so much. I mean, your answer has actually anticipated my second question, which was going to be, in your experience, what have you seen that shows the best support for victims? And in a way, you're saying that justice is actually the ultimate support for victims.
I lived in a displacement camp with hundreds of survivors, and survivors were ready to give their testimonies, and most of the times they will do it with hope to get some support, to get some justice, and they never knew what happened to their testimonies, to their stories. They were used once again by so many people in the camps. And for many of them, as I said before, the way to move forward is justice. And justice means so many things for survivors, to feel, in a way that they are worth and matter to the international community, that they can go back to their families, to their communities with more respect and feel safe. But we all saw when the international community came together to defeat ISIS, the coalition did not include rescuing and supporting survivors. And that is why almost 9 years later, we still have 2,800 Yazidi women and children who are still missing in ISIS captivity in Iraq, Syria, and some places in Turkey, including my niece, my nephew, and my sister-in-law. Thousands of Yazidis are still waiting for their loved ones to be identified from mass graves so that they feel some closure. And sometimes people, we know that the use of sexual violence is it's happening over and over again, and people have asked me in the past few months that I should talk to survivors in Ukraine, survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, to tell them that this is not their fault, and to not blame them. Well, I'm ready to do that, and I will always tell survivors that this is not their fault. But what I'm not ready to tell them is that I cannot promise them justice because nobody has promised me and my fellow Yazidi survivors justice. So this is something that we have been waiting for almost 9 years, and it is time to put an end to this, to make sure that sexual violence will not repeat over and over again.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you. Prime Minister, it's said that there are 50,000 separate alleged war crimes being investigated in the Ukraine conflict at the moment. And I wonder, with your experience and what you've heard today, what do you think is the best way of trying to establish accountability for those crimes?
Well, we have to be very clear that there are war crimes that can be prosecuted by the ICC and Ukraine. But there is also a leadership crime, which is crime of aggression. This is leaders' crime to, make a decision to attack another country. And if there wouldn't be a leadership crime, then there wouldn't be any war crimes either. So this is very important that that we work on accountability also for the crime of aggression. And this is very important because otherwise the history just repeats itself. I can bring this example that whereas there was, after the Second World War, there was Nuremberg Tribunal, there was a Tokyo Tribunal, Nazi crimes were widely condemned in the whole world, and there were people committed for those crimes. But there was never a tribunal for Moscow, and that's why this keeps repeating itself all the time on Russia's side, because there is no accountability. And it is not only that we want to, cut this cycle, but it's also, as we heard, justice for the victims, that actually you can't do this. And if we have agreed in the international law that it's illegal to attack another country, it's a crime of aggression, then when you do and somebody does, then there can't be any immunity for the accountability, really.
Now, you used to be a lawyer in your former life, so just to make sure so that we're all on the same page on this, not everyone may understand or know the point that this fourth of the war crimes, the crime of aggression, can't be prosecuted by a country that's not a signatory. Just explain the point better than I just did, so that everyone is in the same place.
There is a Rome Statute that Ukraine is not part of it, and Russia is also not part of it. So you can prosecute the war crimes, but you can't prosecute the crimes of aggression. And that means that leaders who are responsible for the crime of aggression, like Putin, like Lavrov, all the leaders there, they are not accountable for the leadership crime. And that's why there has to be a separate tribunal, separate court. And I see that, there are discussions to say that you can't do this and talk about this while the war is still going on. But actually, it is very important to get the message out there that you are not going to get away with this. And it also might work with those leaders that maybe the people around them understand that you don't want to go there and you don't want to be responsible for that. So it is important to work on that. The ICC and that special tribunal can very well work together, plus the evidence can only be gathered while the crimes are being committed. So it is important to establish that while the war is going on.
Just let me ask you one more question before I come to Senator Graham, who was nodding at what you were saying. I listened to both Chancellor Scholz and President Macron, and they, in different ways, expressed concern that the war in Ukraine was somehow seen as a European or provincial problem, not as a global problem. And President Macron said how he felt there was no trust in what he called the global South in respect of the claims that were being made by Europeans. Can you speak to that? When you talk to global leaders, not just European leaders, are you finding that deficit of trust and engagement? And what do you think can be done about it?
When aggression pays off somewhere, it serves as an invitation to use it elsewhere. So the message that I give to those countries is that nobody can really feel safe if we don't have accountability for those crimes, really. And then all the aggressors or the would-be aggressors in the world are very carefully looking that nothing happens to you. You can only gain. And that is an issue for the world security, not only in Europe, but in the whole world.
Okay, thanks very much. Senator, I know that when people worry about whether or not American politics is too focused on America and doesn't look enough around the world, people point to you as someone who thinks globally, not just for your own state. I think it would be great for this audience to hear your priorities about this agenda of accountability and how you see this agenda.
Well, so there's good news, bad news, right? Here's the good news. We have enough members of Congress in Munich to have a session of Congress. So that's good news. Bad news for Putin, good news for Ukraine. Why are so many of us here? You know, Joe Lieberman was one of the three amigos with Senator McCain and myself. I think all of us in America see this as a opportunity and a requirement for us to come here and tell our European allies and the entire world we're not going to forgive and forget when it comes to Putin's aggression. So this is a stunning political event in America. Senator McConnell, Senator Schumer are leading delegations. We have a bipartisan, bicameral representation in Munich that I think is a story unto itself. So Putin has given us a chance through his barbaric behavior to reset the world in a better way. And if we fail, God help us all. If you don't think this is global, then you're missing a lot. Don't you think if Putin goes down in flames, Taiwan is less likely to be invaded? So I just got back from Ukraine. The Prosecutor General has 65,000 cases. There's been tremendous bipartisan support to change American law. We're not a member of the ICC. To allow this gentleman to come to the United States and receive evidence that we have to prosecute Russians in the Ukraine. I never thought that would be possible given our concern about the ICC. So Putin's done a lot of things that I couldn't do. NATO's going to be bigger and stronger. But if we fail, as we did with the Yazidis, then the likelihood of China going into Taiwan goes up, and everything we've talked about since the founding of the Munich conference becomes hollow. We're meeting in 2023. There's a war of aggression that needs to be prosecuted, I think, by an European tribunal. I'm an American, a bit leery of international organizations. I think a European tribunal to deal with crimes of aggression against Russia is a great idea. It doesn't take away from you, it adds. Here's the problem. We don't have the infrastructure we need to deal with the problem we're dealing with. The Yazidis were wiped out as a people, basically. And what is the forum? Syria is ungoverned. Iraq has limited capability. I've been arguing for almost a decade now, after 9/11, we should have come up with some international regime to prosecute transnational terrorists because they're a threat to all of us. We have Yazidi women and children being brutalized with really no effective form to deal with the volume of the problems. So let's rededicate ourselves to the ideas of the Munich conference. David, accountability is deterrence. Without accountability, there is no deterrence. So I think the U.S. Congress will be generous in funding prosecution efforts, helping you, the Prosecutor General. If the Europeans want to create a tribunal to deal with crimes of aggression in Ukraine against Russia, count me in. I'm here to tell you the weapons will continue to flow from the United States. The economic assistance that Ukraine needs to stay in this fight will be there. I'm a Republican. I promise you there will be bipartisan resolve to keep the assistance going, and there's bipartisan resolve to hold Putin accountable. And if he gets away with this, if we forgive and forget, then you can expect more of this in the future. And I'll end with this. In 1994, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and how did it collapse? We all stayed together, and we stood up to the Soviet Union as a body, and it eventually fell of its own weight. Ukraine became a sovereign, independent nation. It had the third largest nuclear force on the planet, and they did an agreement called the Budapest Memorandum, where they would turn over their nuclear weapons to Russia with guarantees of sovereignty. This is the map that existed in 1994. In 1994, when they turned over their nuclear weapons, Crimea was considered part of Ukraine. Without accountability for this invasion, who in their right mind would do what Ukraine did in the future? There is so much at stake here. To this brave young woman, we have let you down. The world has not created a forum for justice. We need to. I will work with Mr. Khan to bring prosecutions to bear wherever we can, and to the Germans, thank you. But after what happened to your people, less than 10 people have been prosecuted, we can do better.
And I can't resist, since you've been very open in your, you're welcome to applaud, all of you are welcome to applaud. You've been very open in your answer, Senator. Is there ever a world where the United States signs up to the ICC?
Not in the short term. The problem is we have cases pending against soldiers. And the ICC is designed to deal with events where there is no rule of law. Whether you like Israel or not, they have a legal system. We have a legal system. We prosecute our people when they violate the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But this moment is for the ICC. You've had 4 prosecutions. I am hopeful that you can help us hold Russia accountable, and for the Congress to allow you to come to the United States and receive evidence that we have in our possession is a major breakthrough. So the ICC is important, but it's not enough. Its jurisdiction doesn't cover crimes of aggression. So let's use this moment that Putin has given us to recommit ourselves to the values of Munich with infrastructure that can deliver. 20 years plus after 9/11, we really don't have a way to effectively prosecute international terrorists. A year after this war started, we're still struggling with the infrastructure to hold Putin and his cronies accountable. This time next year, I hope we can talk about what we did to rectify this problem.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take 4 people from the audience, because I've been told that my place on the Munich Security Council board is at stake if I don't get each of them to speak. So I've got a very strong performance bonus here. We're very lucky to have a second Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Lema Gbowee. I'd love you to speak, and then the Munich Young Leader. We also have the President of Latvia, who's here in the front row, and the Foreign Minister of Liechtenstein. I'll take those 4, then come back to this group. If they're really disciplined, we'll then come back to the audience. So.
Thank you, Mr. Miliband. I think I came with 2 cardinal sins, but I'll add a third one. There are 2 cardinal sins in the fight for accountability, justice, and to end lawlessness. I think the first one is during peace processes, how we suspend the entire conversation about justice in exchange for the promise of peace. That's the first one. The second one is the exclusion of women. The exclusion of women who suffer the most, who are more than 55% or 60% in different countries, the population of different countries, who suffer the brunt of the war in these peace processes, in transitional justice processes. And what we see is that the exclusion of these group of people at the beginning of every process is setting a new trend that they will be excluded and they will continue to suffer. The third cardinal sin is the double standards of justice in the international community. Senator Graham talked about prosecuting Russia and not giving Putin a day of impunity. But what about the US and ICC and all of the other issues that we need to talk about? So until we can address from local to national and global, we'll continue to see accountability as a problem. Justice will evade us, and our world will continue to suffer in the way that we're seeing in big and small ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll get a chance for the panel to respond to that. The Munich Young Leader, number 2, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Mikhailo from Ukraine. I'm a lawyer and a think tanker, and I'm here with Munich Young Leaders, so thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is naturally about Russia. The Russian regime believes that their successful defiance of the international order will essentially put them above the international law and give them an opportunity to fit the world, to shape the world as it seems fit. Now, naturally, the way to counter it would be to empower, to reform the organizations that would build to specifically for the reason to solve these kind of issues, such as the OSCE and the UN. Unfortunately, we don't hear a lot of good news from there. So my question is, how do we ensure Russia's accountability if it looks like we cannot find the courage to kick Russia out of the UN Security Council and the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly to enable these organizations to do the job that they were set up for? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. President, if we can get the President a mic, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you very much, President of Latvia, Levits. So all the lawyers between us know the famous book of Ronald Dworkin, Taking Rights Seriously, this title. And I think this is the best occasion here to take rights seriously, international rights, in the context of international law. In an ideal world, International Criminal Court will deal also with the crime of aggression. The crime of aggression is the gravest international crime possible because the war crimes are following the crime of aggression. So, but there is, unfortunately, not international jurisdiction established till now. The best way would be to give this task to the International Criminal Court, but to be realistic politically, it is not possible maybe in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Because you remember that 8 years it was necessary negotiations in order to complete the Rome Statute with paragraph 8A, crime of aggression. So, second best solution is to establish a special tribunal. It was done already in several cases. Each case has been different, but in each case, international community find a way to establish such a tribunal. And I think now is turn for such a tribunal to try the Russian aggression. It's possible by General Assembly. It's possible by other international organizations like European Union or Council of Europe. It's also possible by international agreement of like-minded states. I want only to remember that the Nuremberg Tribunal, it was absolutely innovation in international law, 1945-6. Innovation, but it was created on the basis of an international agreement of only 4 states. Also, international law is flexible enough to establish such a tribunal. I will say best option would be through General Assembly, but we could not exclude others, so that we can say the rights are taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then fourth and finally, the Foreign Minister of Liechtenstein. Is he or she here? Yes.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the organizers for placing accountability on the top of the agenda. As many of you know, my country, the Principality of Liechtenstein, has been at the forefront of discussions on international criminal justice for long years. We do strongly support the creation of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression along the lines described by Prime Minister Kallas. And yes, on the other side, we do believe that we have to expand ICC's jurisdiction over the crime of aggression in the future. Aggression is defined as a leadership crime. We also heard that from Prime Minister under international law. And the special tribunal, in our opinion, must therefore given the power to overcome immunities for such individuals. In in order to this happen, we do believe that we need to create an international tribunal negotiated upon the recommendation on the UN General Assembly. This is, in our opinion, the one way to ensure that the real perpetrators are held to account. And we will work with Estonia and a lot of other like-minded states and partners to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go right along the line, starting with the Prime Minister, then the Chief Prosecutor.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I think it is an issue, international law issue, so it doesn't matter which region. And the question is, of course, that the UN was created after the Second World War, and it was created by Roosevelt, or his idea to have peace in the world. So it has worked, but not anymore. So we have to work on those rules, that it's very clear how we prosecute the crimes of aggression, because then it works as a deterrence, really, for those crimes as well. So I think we need to rethink or think further with those rules that we already have in place. And it is true that it has to be much faster, all these prosecutions. It has to be, the war crimes have to be prosecuted fast, but also the crimes of aggression. For me, it is very important that no leader in the world can feel that they are immune to the system, because otherwise you have those thoughts. Of course, not a small country like Estonia, but bigger ones anywhere in the world, whichever region. And therefore, it has to be very clear. And I think, as Lindsey Graham was saying, the history has given us this opportunity to rethink those rules and to put together, clear rules, how we really, are holding accountable for those crimes, the leaders who are committing the leadership crimes.
Thanks so much. Chief Prosecutor.
Well, if I may, I gave a very brief earlier answer, so perhaps let me give a composite answer to the four interventions. I think it's fair to say everybody knows that it was in the dark days of this great country that the phrase "never again" took on universal significance. The epoch-making Nuremberg trial, of course, Tokyo, as you mentioned, gave rise to a period of inaction. And whilst we have seen real developments in terms of accountability in Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Cambodia, and at the ICC, truth commissions in the Gambia, Hissan Habri tried in Africa, the truth of the matter is Nadia's book, The Last Girl, should shame all of us, because she is not the last girl. As we are speaking, different girls, different boys, women, children, men are shivering and shaking in refugee camps or in basements, scared of either machetes or bombs or missiles or drones. So the law we've got is not insignificant. Charles Taylor did not set foot in Sierra Leone, and he was tried, he was convicted in relation to the most serious cases, and he is in Durham serving a sentence. The same applies to Milosevic and Karadzic. So I think people should realize the law that the ICC has, that's my job. There can always be improvements to the law. But I'm keeping my eye on the tools we have at the moment. When I've been to Bucha and I've been to Borodyanka, I've been to Kharkiv, people want justice. They want justice in a court based upon evidence, not polemics. And our job is to deliver that, to take the law to the front lines. What we're seeing is an unprecedented galvanization. 43 states have referred the matter, 1/3 of all state parties have referred the matter to the International Criminal Court, the Ukraine matter to the court. We've joined a joint investigative team with Eurojust and European partners, and we're building cooperation with non-state parties and state parties alike. So we need to focus on what binds us together. And my own personal view, and remember, if you look just 1994, in the 100 days in Rwanda, when 700,000 people were killed, that was not a crime of aggression. That was a genocide. So lawyers like to talk about hierarchy of norms. I think all of the crimes are very serious. We need to use them so they're meaningful and they provide shelter to people that need the law.
Thanks. Senator, if you'll just excuse us for 30 seconds, just let the Prime Minister, she just wants to make an additional point.
It is true what you say, justice for the victims and the prosecution of the war crimes. It is justice for the victims, but it is also what we want to achieve is that that history doesn't repeat itself, and that's why we need also the crime of aggression being prosecuted. So I don't think it's one versus the other, but it's actually supplemental to each other. One is for justice for the victims, and the other one is not to repeat those crimes.
If I may, just very briefly, because this is where the division of responsibility becomes manifest. I'm an officer of the court as a prosecutor, so I apply the law that I've got. As a legislature, you can either amend the Rome Statute or create others. But I don't think the necessary division here, but it's quite clear, using what we've got seems to be a no-brainer.
Yes. Thank you. Senator.
Well, let's see if we can tie all this together. And you make a great point. Boko Haram did horrible, terrible things. What's happened? Not much. So the infrastructure we need to deter these acts in the future doesn't exist. The infrastructure we need to hold people accountable for the things they've done doesn't exist in sufficient levels. Do we all agree with that? The ICC is part of the puzzle. So I want to increase your capability, but I would suggest that when it comes to violence against women, sexual violence, that we as a world come up with some protocols that would allow an international tribunal to prosecute the terrorist organization no matter where they're at on the planet. When they use the tool of sexual violence to advance their cause, there would be a forum to hold them accountable and to compensate victims. You have nation-state actors. You have the Wagner Group. We're going to make them a foreign terrorist organization under U.S. law. We also want to hold the Russian leadership accountable through crimes of aggression. We also want to hold Russian war criminals accountable in your court. So nation-state actors and international terrorist organizations require different infrastructure. So what I would hope to have happen in the coming days here is that the Congress will continue to support the ICC in a historic fashion, and that the Russians will see there is no forgiving and forgetting like with the Yazidis. That I want to make Russia state-sponsored terrorism under U.S. law, because that's a form of accountability that can be very devastating. There's many fronts to this war. There's the battlefield itself, there's the economic front, and there's the legal accountability judicial front. The best thing we can all do is not forgive and forget. Let the Russians know you will pay a price. We may not be able to extradite you anytime soon, but you will be held accountable if it's a trial in absentia, and one day maybe the people of Russia will change course and send you our way. But to every group involved in the raping of women and children, there's got to be some system where you're held accountable, because nobody goes to jail. 20 years after 9/11, we're still struggling what to do with ISIS on a global basis. What's going on in Africa has pretty much been unaddressed. So Putin has given us an opportunity here by refocusing on Europe itself. Nobody 2 years ago probably dreamed that we'd have a land invasion changing the map of Europe by force of arms in 2023. So out of this horrible event, let's make something good happen. So here's what I would suggest, and I'll turn it over to you. That we create an international tribunal with the capability to prosecute crimes against women anywhere they occur, and define it in international law. That we increase the capability of the ICC, and we add an additional component for the crimes of aggression to make sure the Russian top tier will have a place that they can be held accountable. I've been coming here with John and Joe since the late 90s. Never have we had an opportunity to reset the world for the better than now. Out of this horrible event that Putin has created, we have a chance to do things we should have done years ago. And a word of warning: if he gets away with this, if Ukraine is required to give up an inch of their territory, then everything we've talked about here for years rings hollow, and I promise you the Chinese are watching.
Thanks, Senator. I think, Nadia, it's really appropriate that you get the last word.
Yeah, I think the global headlines today demonstrate that an effective international criminal court is more important than ever. However, for those of us who are victims or survivors of living in non-ICC member countries, we find ourselves beyond the court's reach.
Yes.
The international community's inability to hold perpetrators account for committing atrocities in Syria, Iraq, South Sudan, Yemen, and Myanmar.
ourselves before. So now we are back into the same, this is a matter, the question of ethics. What is the problem or the wrong thing that the small-scale farmer in Russia did? He did not put the government policies for Putin policies, for example. And this is why I'm saying that the problems cannot be taken into silos. If we don't have a holistic access and we don't have the justice manner in our mind, then we are just talking and talking and talking. I have a small comment regarding how much mobilized money for humanitarian aid is there. It is a fact that it's easier to mobilize money where there is a famine. It's even harder, it's very harder to mobilize money when everything is okay. Because they will say everything is okay, why you want to mobilize money? Yes, it is okay today, but it will not be okay tomorrow. So investing in the future and having this visionary in financing the humanitarian aid, but also in financing the multilateral bodies like the UN and other development banks and even the World Bank, etc., is the thing that we want to do.
Okay. So not just fighting emergencies, but making sure that there's development.
Can I just briefly add something?
Jem has a quick comment
I understand what you're saying, but remember when South Africa had the apartheid regime, we jointly agreed that we have to boycott this country. And there were some who unfortunately did not stick to that. But I belong to those who thought that it is necessary to boycott South Africa. And I know that there were probably great citizens who disagreed with the apartheid. But they had to pay the price for that. That sometimes happens if your country is a dictatorship. And one of the lessons learned from the unjustified war of Russia against Ukraine is that time should be over, where we as liberal democracies preach liberal democracy, human rights, rule of law, women's rights, and so on, and then we make those dirty deals with the dictators. That should be over, because it always comes back. We weaken those who fight for democracy, and we strengthen those who threat their own citizens, who let them starve, and at the end also threaten us. So I'm sorry. This is a very clear position vis-à-vis Russia. People there supported him. And as long as Russia threatens Ukraine, we have to be very clear with our steps. And by the way, there are no sanctions vis-à-vis Russian grain.
So, quick response, Nasreen?
Yeah, just two
Sure.
things. Well, as a person who's coming from Sudan, I mean, I have very big questions on the enforcement mechanisms and how the multilateral community, I mean, our previous president was wanted by the International Criminal Court since I don't know where, and he's still there. I mean, you can say this and a lot of people can clap for it, yet I know it's not practical. It doesn't happen. You want to change and you want to stop the war in Ukraine? Go and grab Putin.
Go and say again?
Go and grab Putin. Why are you making the people of the countries paying the prices for the dictatorship? You have relationships with them before, with these dictatorships. You can actually, the international, I mean, this is a long discussion, but as we are talking here about the food security and just not to drift a lot further from there, it is very important to keep honest to ourselves, saying that we cannot talk about one problem and neglect the other problem. We cannot make everyone pay the prices of what a government can do, and we cannot also assume that everyone is okay with their governments and make them suffer. Thank you.
But I think it's also important to underscore that the sanctions that you are describing are not on agricultural products. They're not on fertilizer. The government of Putin's government is suggesting that they are, and that's part of the propaganda.
And using hunger as a tool.
But the reality is the farmers that you are talking about are protected by the exemption in the sanctions.
Yeah, this is a new sanction, but I'm talking about the old, the control.
No, we're talking, well, okay, I get that.
We should talk about the role of the Wagner troops in Africa, what they're doing there. We should talk about the role of China.
We need another session. So I'd like to go to Earthrin and go back to the issue of whatever issue you want to talk about, because we're running out of time. And then I want to give Niels an opportunity, and then basically we're done. So Earthrin.
I just want to answer the question that was asked regarding Earthrin, what is a World Bank 2.0? World Bank 2.0 needs needs to scrap the rules that are limiting today the World Bank's use of their capital to support the financial crisis that's being felt by so many countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. You have 40 countries that are today in peril of fiscal crisis, and the World Bank has a AAA rating. And that's not why money should be
particularly honored.
3, and we're diving right into the next panel discussion. Fallout, challenges for transatlantic defense and the nuclear order.
And I'm particularly happy to have 4 speakers who will help me to find our way in this nuclear disorder which is in front of us. And I'm happy that they join me on stage now. Ben Wallace, Secretary of State for Defense of the United Kingdom. Christopher Coons, Senator, member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations of the US. Izumi Nakamitsu, Undersecretary General and High Representative for Disarmament at the United Nations. And Yao Yunsu, a retired Major General and former Director of the Center on China-American Defense Relations, the Academy of Military Science in China. Our topic is Fallout, challenges for transatlantic defense and the nuclear order. And for me, I have to say that's a really worrying topic. So I'm delighted we have the four of us here on the stage. We will first spend 20 minutes on scene, and then I will open for the other 20-25 minutes for questions with you, the audience. We are discussing those questions of nuclear order at a moment that I would find that I would define as the end of an order in Europe. For the first time since the end of the Cold War, it's actually quite plausible that nuclear weapons will be used in Europe. Really? And that also means that the Russian war against Ukraine is closing 30 years of time where we thought we could do security and stability in Europe with fewer nuclear weapons. And that time is clearly over. So before I hand over to my speakers, just 3 points to remind you why this is such a worrying moment of time. Over the last decade, we have seen most of the arms control architecture disappearing, from the INF to the GCPOA to the open skies. The new START treaty is still there, but it's increasingly under pressure. Also, the nuclear order has become far more complex than it used to be. China is enlarging its arsenal, so we are moving from a bilateral system, the US and Russia, to a trilateral system with the US, Russia, and China. But particularly this war, the Russian war against Ukraine, has shown the importance of nuclear weapons. Because nuclear deterrence worked in both ways. It protected Russia, but it also protected NATO states. But in the same time, Russia is using nuclear weapons in a very particular way, not in a defensive approach to protect the status quo, to protect its own order. But Russia is actually using nuclear weapons to change order and to wage a war and change borders in Europe. And that's maybe the main lesson. A Russian victory in the shadow of nuclear weapons would fundamentally change the nuclear order we have. And it might actually incentivize other countries to do the same. So the way this war is going to end will have a decisive impact on our nuclear order. So how should we change this changing nuclear order or disorder? How should we react? How can we prevent further nuclear proliferation? How can we assure strategic stability? How can we foster stability? That are some big questions I will ask you to address. Let me start with you, Ben. Russia has been using nuclear signaling since the very first days of this war. How do we react now? What does this nuclear saber rattling Russia has been using over the last year, what does it mean for NATO? Do we have to adapt our posture? Do we have to fundamentally change our approach, or what are the steps we should take now?
Thank you, Claudia. No, I think first of all, it's a wake-up call. I mean that for many decades we've all sort of gotten to engage in the nuclear debate.
Los.
I'm proud of the shout.
I can give you my mic.
Ben, you want to try that?
Good. Is that better?
Much better.
Good. I think, first of all, it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call that, there really is an adversary out there who is prepared to evoke nuclear weapons. It's a reminder of why we have, to some extent, a nuclear deterrent in our nations in NATO. It's also a reminder that NATO is a nuclear alliance. A lot of countries forget that. A lot of countries, European countries have liked being part of NATO but never really wanted to enter the nuclear debate. The reality is, I think we saw it in Germany when Germany opted to buy the F-35s. One of the reasons for that was part of NATO involves European planes carrying nuclear weapons in the time of a war, and I think it was convenient for 20 years to pretend that that rather unattractive part was not really debated and talked about. So I think first and foremost it is a reminder that NATO is a nuclear alliance and that deterrent is important, and having nuclear weapons in this environment when you have a Russia probably with the greatest arsenal on earth in size is important to maintain that deterrence. I think it's important that we also The nuclear-armed countries in NATO, that's the P3, talk as one. The P3 is a very important grouping of countries, 3 countries, Britain, America and France, who are also permanent members of the Security Council, but also NATO members. And I think it's really, the duty is on us to respond to any threats from Russia through a P3 prism, not through individual messaging, but to coordinate our messaging in a way, if necessary, to signal that we won't tolerate threats and there will be a consequence of any Russian use of a nuclear weapon. So I think those are the first 2 things. And I think the most important thing is that NATO remains united in the face of some of those threats. I see today on Russian telly one of those anchor men threatening to reduce London to dust was his latest threat. But as you say, it's evoked almost daily now. And therefore, I think it's really important we demonstrate we have NATO. NATO includes a nuclear alliance. I'm proud that we have a nuclear alliance as part of NATO. I think Russia knows that. You know, Russia is respectful of NATO's border because of that.
But that means, if I might just kind of tiny follow-on question, I agree with that. I mean, there was no kind of intimidation or there was no kind of escalation from Russia to NATO. But in the same time, that means we don't need much adaptation in military terms inside NATO. It's more on the political level, kind of confirmation that it's a nuclear alliance, but we don't need much conventional nuclear adaptation.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part of the question. We don't need much.
We don't need much practical changement or modification on the ground. It's just we need to.
No, I think we just have to constantly demonstrate our readiness in the military point. I mean, whether it's conventional or nuclear, what Ukraine has exposed is the West's lack of readiness. Whether that is our stocks, our condition of our military, our ability to deploy whatever weapon systems has been tested, and we've been pretty much found wanting across the alliance, and that's why most countries in the alliance have increased their defense spending to meet that. And I think you have to demonstrate you have a credible nuclear deterrent to go alongside that. And 2 years ago in the integrated review in the United Kingdom, we declared an increase in our warhead numbers because it was important to make sure that our deterrent constantly remains credible. So I think it's about credibility, it's about readiness, and in the policy-making space, through bodies such as the P3 and NATO, be consistent and predictable, but in the actual capability, we need to be obviously always keeping the adversary guessing about to what extent we are capable in the day-to-day.
That was actually a wonderful bridge to the next question. If I take your last 3 keywords, credibility, readiness, capability, that brings me to the US and China, actually. China is expanding its nuclear arsenal, and it actually seems to seek nuclear parity with the United States. How should Washington react? I mean, how should the US deter 2 near-peer countries?
Well, first, thank you for the panel and the opportunity to be with you. I agree with Ben that our role in Europe and as a member of NATO needs to continue to be having an effective deterrent nuclear umbrella. To your point, the world is changing rapidly. The PRC is significantly expanding its nuclear capabilities. But if I might, I'm just going to expand our aperture for a moment, because that's also, I think, the answer. The DPRK is also a significant nuclear threat, regionally now and globally. Iran is ramping up its enrichment activities. The larger question I think we have to deal with in the United States and globally is, how do we return to a world where arms control is possible and where non-proliferation is on the table? If you think of the problems that can really only be dealt with collectively, climate change, global pandemics, nuclear proliferation, the United States and China must develop some relationship that allows for an arms control framework comparable to what we were able to develop with the Soviet Union decades ago. After the Second World War, there rapidly developed a bipolar world in terms of 2 countries that had massive nuclear arsenals, and then our critical allies, France and Germany. But over time, India obviously was added, Pakistan was added to the nuclear states. South Africa and Ukraine are 2 countries that gave up their nuclear weapons. We have to take into account the impact of Budapest, the Budapest Agreement of '94, and the fact that Ukraine gave up its nuclear arsenal and is today facing a brutal Russian invasion as we think about how to build a security architecture for this century. Both Chancellor Scholz and President Macron, in their comments just a few moments ago, said we have to take into account the global south, and deterring nuclear use, whether by China, Russia, or any other state, will also take into account the voices of those many, many countries around the world that do not want to see nuclear weapons ever used. They don't necessarily have a seat at the Security Council. They don't necessarily have a seat in the security architecture of the last 50 years as we imagine a new security architecture for climate, for pandemics, and for the nuclear threat. We have to include all the countries of the world, not just the handful that are currently nuclear armed.
Thank you. It was indeed, President Macron insisted very much on the nuclear dimension of the nuclear topic in his speech just this afternoon. That was remarkable. Itsumi, as High Representative for Disarmament, I might say your task has become more crucial and more difficult at the same time. So I was wondering, we have seen a real lack of cooperation between the nuclear weapon states of the NPT, and that undermines the sustainability of the nuclear order. In one of your speeches, you said, I quote, "the cracks in the facade of the nuclear non-proliferation regime." So how can we get nuclear weapon states to reinforce, again, the credibility of the NPT? Give us your 3 points or 5 points to-do list.
Well, thank you very much for this question. You know, I think we all agree that the actual risk of nuclear weapons use at the moment is too high. It's unacceptably high. So there is an urgent need for practical risk reduction measures, and I know that OP5 agree to that need. I mean, you look at this draft final document of the NPT final outcome document, which was never adopted because of a consensus breaking by one state. But there is a whole package of very practical risk reduction measures to actually reduce the risk. You know, that includes, of course, de-escalation measures. Restraint in rhetoric is another one. Restraint in deployment of, advanced weapon systems that might be perceived as escalatory. Crisis communications. All of those practical risk reduction measures are really key, and I would say really urgent. Now, building on that, I think there will have to be, at some point, and I would hope that will be a very soon opportunity, there will have to be a return to some sort of a dialogue that will open the door to strategic stability rebuild. But from the United Nations point of view, this point I need to emphasize, to eliminate the risk of nuclear weapons use entirely, the only way actually is to eliminate the nuclear weapons itself. So keeping that joint objectives, which is a shared objective of the entire international community, it will be absolutely key. So, rebuilding the credibility of NPT, I believe that NPT still is a cornerstone for nuclear disarmament. But rebuilding the credibility at the universal level, I think nuclear weapon states have a responsibility to work on, first and foremost, risk reduction, and then return to a disarmament path and find a way to somehow tackle the fundamental needs. Transparency, I think, will be a key, both in numbers but also in doctrine. So there are, a whole range of actually practical measures that you could still do, even though the international environment, the security environment, is close to impossible, seemingly.
I think that's the key challenge, kind of seeing that the international environment is not permitting and carrying on. Turning to you now, what might sound like a simple question, and I hope you give us a more complicated answer. What is your vision for a revised nuclear order that can prevent arms races and further nuclear proliferation? That kind of follows on to the question we just discussed.
Yeah,
nuclear order as it stands now is supported mainly by the NPT system. And the NPT system has 3 pillars: disarmament, non-proliferation, and the peaceful use of nuclear energy. And I think especially the first 2, disarmament, have been challenged in the last few years, or maybe in the last 2 decades. The agreement and the treaty-based disarmament regime between the former Soviet Union and Russia and the United States as Izumi has described, are full of cracks. The United States has been withdrawing from these agreements and treaties, the ABM, the INF, and also with other countries, the open skies. The only thing we have left is the New START treaty, and we have to keep it, but it's not certain that we can keep it. And the non-proliferation field, in the non-proliferation field, we have had very hard-earned Iranian nuclear deal, and it's at risk now. We have to do more to save it. I think at this year's Munich Security Conference, I heard a lot of nuclear order, talking about nuclear order or nuclear orders. I think when we talk about nuclear order and when we characterizing nuclear world order, we should be very careful not to think that we are talking about democratic nuclear weapons versus autocratic nuclear weapons. We should be talking about nuclear weapons versus all of us, the whole humanity. It should be put in this way, and when building a new nuclear order, that's the approach we should, I think we should adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, if the New START treaty is not extended after 2026, there will be no limits on the size of the Russian and US nuclear arsenal. So that's the last man standing, I would say. Before I turn to the public, maybe just one impression that I get from the panel is that to a certain extent we see this, I would still say nuclear order, kind of falling apart, turning into nuclear disorder, and we try to get our old tools and get it fixed, and it doesn't work. So I wonder to what extent we have a kind of misfit, trying desperately, not desperately, but trying with lots of courage to get our own tools to find back a stable nuclear order, and we realize it doesn't work. And with that Russian war, it works even less. This is what I meant in my introduction, saying that this war is closing 30 years of where we thought we could do security with fewer and fewer nuclear weapons, and it's not working. So let me turn to you. Before I take the first questions, I remind you, or all of us, of the Munich rule. Engage and interact with each other, don't lecture, and don't ignore one another. I will collect 3 comments and questions and back to the panel then. But before I do that, it's actually a particular honor for me to invite the 2023 Munich leaders to ask young leaders to ask the first question. Katrin Deschauer is the deputy head of the division of the EU Common Security and Defense Policy of the German Federal Foreign Office, and she is a 2023 Munich young leader. And the first question is for you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for this inspiring discussion.
My question is relating to nuclear knowledge. The risk of Russia using a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine and the broader threat seems to be evaluated quite differently by citizens in different countries. And in my view, this also has to do with the level of nuclear knowledge or nuclear knowledge in general. What do you do in your respective countries and institutions to raise the so-called nuclear IQ? What would be your advice for countries where this is particularly difficult? Thank you so much.
Goes to the whole panel, or you have? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. And with that, I take 2 other questions before I turn back to you. So, anybody else? Jessica, please. And please identify yourself so people know who is talking.
Good afternoon. Oh, is it on? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Jessica Cox. I'm the Director of Nuclear Policy at NATO. And I have probably, well, a question to all the panelists. You know, I think, Minister Wallace, you outlined a little bit of the security environment, the changes that we're facing. But I think the threats actually are even a bit more pronounced than what you stated. We're seeing a Russia that is clearly not at all afraid to use nuclear threats and coercion to achieve their objectives in Ukraine. In addition to their major nuclear weapons buildup that they've been undertaking over the last decade, we see a China that's also increasing its investments in its own nuclear capabilities, increasingly relying on nuclear weapons as part of its own defense strategies. North Korea has this year announced that it is going to become a normal nuclear state, whatever that means, and certainly prospects for Iran are not looking good. And India and Pakistan and the South Asia haven't even been discussed here yet, but there remains concerns there. So my question actually is looking at this landscape and the fact that in the West, our nuclear posture and doctrines and strategies have largely remained static over the last decade. Are we doing enough deterrence in light of all of these challenges? Also with the kind of erosion of the arms control and disarmament regime and the fact that Russia and China clearly don't want to come to the table and talk to us right now about arms control and transparency. Are we doing enough deterrence? Thank you.
Thank you. Nat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katarzyna Pisarska. I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. My question to the panel is, what if deterrence fails? And what if Putin actually uses nuclear weapons in whatever way in Ukraine? What will be our first, second, third reaction concretely if he's listening to this panel now and his advisors are? What are we going to do about it?
So we have some more pessimistic question. What do you do to raise the nuclear IQ? Jessica told us it's even worse than we discussed on the panel. And if I might add something, after this war, Russia will be conventionally weakened. So it's very likely to focus even more on its nuclear dimension. So what is our reaction to that one, adding to your very negative list already, Jessica? And the last one, what will we do if deterrence fails? Who wants to start? Otherwise, I will volunteer you, Ben.
Well, okay. Well, funnily enough, all 3 questions are linked, and it starts with nuclear IQ. And I sort of said at the beginning of this, I'm a child of the 80s, where the debate was very live in all our countries, ranging from protests to different major political parties taking different positions, which has all been forgotten. So I think the answer is we're not doing enough on nuclear IQ. We need to bring our populations with us. We need to explain why we have these capabilities, and we need potentially to explain why we think a deterrent works. First of all, at a national level, and then by demonstration through strong, coordinated statements through things like the P3 and NATO to say that alliances backed up by our nuclear deterrence and our values are effectively the setting for why we need them, but also how we defend or deter. And then the last question, yes, Russia is probably watching, and they would love to know what we would do if they were to use a tactical nuclear weapon, which is exactly why we're not going to say The simple reality is, as we've said collectively, that the use of a tactical, I mean, it's a bizarre concept in the first place, but the use of a nuclear weapon anywhere would be totally unacceptable and would elicit a response. And that would be a very severe response to Russia. But we're not going to, or whoever uses it, we're not going to spell out how and what and exactly that would be. And I think that is the right thing, because I think ambiguity plays a role in deterrence, and that is very, very important. Russia knows our position as far as that goes. I think it knows India's and China's position, who I think were pretty straight about, in public, about their view of the use of a nuclear weapon in Ukraine or otherwise. And I think that is the best you're going to get out of me of what would we do. But be under no illusion, returning or maintaining the nuclear taboo on use post-1945 is absolutely paramount. That message is very clear. You can't sort of use it a bit and then expect the world to go back to normal. And therefore it is in the interests of the P3 and other nations to return back to the nuclear taboo status. And I know that from a Chinese contributor just now, who also recognise the importance of being a responsible nuclear power. The word responsible is very, very important in that. And I think, I can't question the motives behind China and India's messaging to Russia, but being a responsible nuclear power is very important to a large superpower and countries who seek to lead. And I think that is as important as the other type of messaging. And I think that's why people like us would do everything we can to make sure that nuclear taboo is not allowed to be diluted, and we would have to return to a situation where the unacceptability of use is demonstrated.
Thank you. That was very clear.
I've never been asked about the nuclear IQ of my constituents, but you focus us on an important threshold question. When I was a college student, there were widespread protests in the United States, debates and discussions about intermediate nuclear forces, about a nuclear freeze, about different proposals for different arms control regimes. It was part of common discussion, particularly amongst the politically active. That has largely, as you just heard, I agree, dropped away. And yet I think the level of concern or anxiety by the average person around the world about the use of nuclear weapons has gone up. Because the unimaginable, a global pandemic that kills millions, climate change, reshaping our world, is happening. And so we have to put on the menu of things about which all of us should be more aware and more engaged, the very real threat of the misuse or first use of nuclear weapons. Are we doing enough? I would argue no. We are doing much more than is publicly known to assemble a coherent, immediate, prompt, forceful NATO response and global response should Putin cross that, God willing, uncrossable line. And I'll agree with Ben that the contribution being made by China and India in repeatedly publicly calling out Putin and saying you should not be threatening the use of nuclear weapons, whether tactical or strategic, is an important contribution. But frankly, that line, that moment once crossed, takes us into a world dramatically more dangerous, even than the one we're currently in. So this deserves, and in my view is getting, focus, attention, resources, and priority. Our challenge is that we don't know whether Putin is deterrable. But I'll remind you, part of the deterrence is not a direct counter threat from NATO or the United States or other countries. It is engaging the rest of the world. A country like South Africa that gave up its nuclear weapons has also, I believe, conveyed clearly to Putin and the world that they would oppose fiercely any use of nuclear weapons. So too, I believe, has Brazil. Rebuilding this global consensus around nuclear threats is going to take years. It's taken us years to get here. Putin's aggression really began clearly in 2008 and then in 2014 in a whole series of steps that did not get the forceful, unanimous global response they deserved. That's how we're at this dangerous moment. We're going to need to continue to rebuild a global architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are really spot-on questions. Nuclear IQ, absolutely. I think it has become everyone's priority task to really educate, increase the knowledge base, especially amongst the young population. In the UN, engaging with the youth population, providing education and also networking opportunities especially on nuclear disarmament issue, have actually become a top priority. Some of the governments are now prioritizing this, including the Japanese government, that will allocate a lot of money to create young leadership communities focusing on nuclear disarmament issues. So that's number one, top priority. I would say that it is also a necessity as well, because the traditional ideas for nuclear weapons, we need to actually take into account some of the new challenges. For example, that what will be the nexus between nuclear weapons and new and emerging technologies and new domains, cyber, outer space, artificial intelligence. Those are the areas where we need to bring in young people with a nuclear IQ, high IQ, to actually think and then think about how to actually move towards a more secure approaches. This leads me also to a very important question. When we talk about nuclear order, what we want to say is that I think there is a need for a new vision in general for arms control and disarmament. And it's not only because of the new technologies and new domains, but also because of a much more, complicated world, bipolar to multipolar, much more regional specific nuclear tones, and that has to be actually looked at within that regional context. In other words, really have to be combined with some of the political solutions to the regional tensions and conflict. And let's not forget that we need to address all of the related weapon systems, delivery systems. They are, again, new introductions of conventional weapon systems with strategic impact. So all of those things actually do require that there has to be a new vision for arms control and eventually disarmament. And here, what I want to emphasize is that disarmament, arms control is not some sort of a utopian idea. They are security instruments. The countries worked throughout the previous Cold War on those issues. NATO was really involved in arms control discussions, disarmament discussions, thinking about those, because those are security instruments. So let's make sure that we understand that those are security instruments, and then make sure that we will return to actually engaging in thinking about those things. I think there is a consensus on absolutely preventing nuclear use. Once nuclear threshold is crossed, even if it is a tactical nuclear weapons or so-called low-yield nuclear weapons, I think there is a risk of that actually not stopping at one use, but actually going to escalate. So for us, it's absolutely something that we have to make sure it will not happen.
Thank you. I actually agree with most of the things by the previous speakers about nuclear IQ. And in China, I think the feeling for nuclear weapons are more or less somewhat philosophical, and because China's no first use policy starting from 1946, it has been there 6-9 years, and the logic are very simple and straightforward. Nuclear weapons are bad. It kills a lot of people. It destroys property and even civilization. Because it's so bad, it's so terrible, we should not use it. We should make it useless. So for China, we have the no first use policy, and it has been, I think, intertwined into the Chinese culture. Nuclear weapons are bad things. And I agree with Ichumi on the point that we have to have some new ideas about the emerging technologies when coupled with nuclear weapons. Especially in NC3, the nuclear command control communication systems. And for the question on Russia, I just want to respond to blame that China is increasing its nuclear arsenal, and also the nuclear weapons role in national security is not true. China's nuclear policy states no first use. And to the last question is a hypothetical question. What if Russia does use nuclear weapons? It's hypothetical and it's hard to answer, and I also agree some ambiguity plays the role of deterrence. I just want to mention that the statement, joint statement released last year, that nuclear war cannot be won and therefore should never be fought, had been repeatedly mentioned by world leaders, including Chinese President Xi Jinping in his meeting with President Putin, with Chancellor Scholz, and with President Biden, and it worked. And personally, I don't think that any military benefit on the battlefield of using nuclear weapons can exceed the cost of breaking a 80 years nuclear taboo. Breaking that taboo carries with it enormous cost.
Thank you. I'm really grateful for this underlining. You all did it actually, that breaking the nuclear taboo, we would wake up in a totally different world. So that would fundamentally change the world we are living in. And I'm also grateful for, Izumi, for you, that you brought up the new technologies. Because when we talk about raising the nuclear IQ, it sometimes, for me, it sounds like we raise a nuclear IQ and then here we are. But that's, for me, it's getting it wrong, because we don't only need to raise the nuclear IQ, we actually need to adapt to the new challenges. New technologies from artificial intelligence to big data, plus a new international setting. So I think raising the nuclear IQ would be nice, but it's not sufficient. I take two last questions, because I was told we really have to stay on time, and I want to do a last round. I have Natalie on my list. And second question behind there. Natalie. Maybe you try to speak up, yeah. Oh, the mic is coming.
Thank you. Natalie Tocci. So question for all panelists. So a lot of thought and quite a bit of action has been put into how should we ensure that the nuclear threat, meaning Putin using a nuclear weapon, is deterred. And part of that answer has to do with, well, we have to be careful not to provoke and the risk of escalation and how to do that. I was wondering if the panel could comment on the nuclear risk inherent in that response. Meaning, what is the messaging sent to all other countries, not Russia, in terms of, hey, you know, you can lose a conventional war, no worries. But if you've got nuclear weapons, everyone is going to be hyper careful, rightly so. So how to mitigate that nuclear risk inherent in our nuclear deterrence response to Putin's nuclear threat?
Can I call it the other nuclear risk, Natalie? And I take the second question.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Masa Ota. I'm a Japanese journalist with Kyoto News. We have seen another nuclear ramification since the war has started in Ukraine. You know, Japanese politicians started about the nuclear sharing option. You know, some conservative circles started a debate about the maybe we may take this option in the future. But also a South Korean public, majority of the people now supported the indigenous nuclear weapons or redeployment of the U.S. nuclear force into the region. So we have seen a huge ramification in the region. But as Ms. Nakamitsu said, the arms control is an important security instrument. But in the region, especially East Asia, 2 nuclear states, but there are no arms control framework and there are no security, mechanism. So what should be a first step in order to alleviate the future nuclear tension in the region? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would start in the reverse order, and you pick and choose, and try to stay very, very, very brief, so I can ask my last question.
Me?
Yes, please.
nuclear risk, I sometimes wonder that maybe you have mistaken deterrence for coercion. And how do you distinguish deterrence and coercion? I would ask you to think about it. And the question about first step, I don't think the Japanese government, not in the near future, would really call for nuclear sharing. And I think that the joint effort should be focused on denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and it has to do with the extended deterrence that the United States provided to Japan as well as to ROK.
Thank you. Yes, I think these two questions actually are related to increased proliferation drivers that Ukrainian war has brought. I think from the United Nations side we have
the testament to the friendship and the partnership over many generations, including today. So it's good to see you again.
Thank you. Very happy to have the opportunity to meet with you, indeed. And thank you for your commitment for Ukraine and the security of this continent. And we have a lot of things to discuss about this issue, but economy and energy space.
Yes.
In DC, so
you were
happy
with me
to
at
have this
NASA,
opportunity.
which
Exactly.
was really wonderful. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, press. We're moving out.
It's
Thank
China.
you. Thank you, press. Press, we're moving out. Thank you. We're moving out, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. We're moving out. We're moving out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nick, come on. Thank you. Right on this way. Thank you. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, JJ. Thank you.
President Macron's on his way. It's a little warm in here, isn't it? Okay, maybe we can see if we can turn it there, please.
Path. And there are many steps that we will have to go through. We know it will be difficult, but for the common interest for security, I think we all have to share that perspectives. Thank you.
Natalie, I think you asked an important and pointed question. If Putin is successful, if in the end he grinds to a success from his perspective, comparable as to what's happened in Syria or in Chechnya, and his nuclear saber rattling is a part of that, has really deterred the West from being more aggressive in delivering advanced weapon systems, then we've encouraged any nuclear state in the future to similarly threaten as a way to slow roll conventional conflict into a battlefield success. So to me, that's part of the argument as to why it's critical that Putin not win and that Ukraine be victorious. I also briefly want to pick up on the point you made earlier. We have rapidly changing technologies in deep fakes, in drones, in artificial intelligence that will make new delivery systems of more lethal weapons, including nuclear weapons, possible, and will make attribution of who launched them or delivered them more difficult. We are at a critical moment, and we have to rebuild global engagement into a global consensus around the importance of nuclear non-proliferation.
Thank you. I just take on that. Part of being a responsible nuclear power and indeed creating a sort of layer of activity that works towards a deterrent is predictability. And as you say, I think one of the biggest threats to sort of insecurity or to security is that obfuscation or that some states could think they could deliver a nuclear weapon or they could threaten it without either attribution or indeed without being spotted. In other words, that they could convince themselves there was a way of winning without any destruction in return. With our nuclear weapons, we always have this sense of mutual assured destruction, in a sense of that is part of the deterrent, and that's why we should never use them or engage them. And I think that is a threat that some nations would seek that. And I also think the point made earlier, and I think President Macron made the point, all we have is rules. That's all we really have to keep us safe. One of the P5 nations has driven a coach and horses through the rules. And that needs to be, reset's the wrong word, but it needs to be asserted that that is not acceptable, because riding roughshod over the rules, and some of the reasons these treaties have fallen away is because they were just not complied with. There was cheating going on, there was attempts to undermine them. And so New Start is really important, and any other future treaties of arms control are very, very important to complement the rules, to encourage responsibility and predictability, which I think is important as well, if we are to get to a place where, these weapons are never going to be used, and indeed proliferation is curtailed or deterred. But I think we should reflect, just on the saber ratting alone, the effect it has had globally on nations, either who are prepared to stand up and say this is not acceptable, but sadly there are other nations who
You're watching BR24 Live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference, and we'll dive right back into it with the next panel discussion, Power Shifts, Geopolitics of the Green Transition, starting with a scene setting by Robert Habeck, Germany's Vice Chancellor and Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action.
At CNBC. Just to set the scene for us, Robert Habeck is joining us. He's, of course, the Vice Chancellor and Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action of Germany. I'd like to invite him to the stage for a bit of comment.
So, hello everyone, that's me. I was asked to give an introduction to the panel discussion that is following in a few moments. And I would like to start with the remarks that for a long time security conferences weren't really the places to talk about climate policy and the green transition, what we are going to do now. But people now have come to understand that climate action is in fact a crucial component of security policy. Firstly, because if global warming gets out of control, it can directly cause huge movements of people, disasters, water and food shortages, and wars. And secondly, and I think this is exactly the moment in time where we are discussing now, and secondly, because changed interests are already today indirectly undermining security and the security regime. So, tensions between countries are a structural consequence if the energy structure is changing. Please permit me, therefore, to sketch out 5 geopolitical principles for the green transition and to name also the tensions involved. First, we have recognizing different needs and interests. If there is to be a green transition at a global level, the first thing we need to accept is that countries have different needs and interests. So you will hear it on the conference many times, the we. We have to do this, we have to do that, but who is we? And this is what I would try to point out. There is no common we, but countries have different needs and interests. And they have their respective reasons for these needs and interests: economic, geographic, social, cultural, historical, not to mention the country's geography and climate. And these interests quite frequently collide. They clash with one another and ultimately with the interests of humanity. So it is understandable that countries which earn a lot of money by extracting and selling oil want to keep earning plenty of money. The thing is, if they don't change the way they do it, they will damage other countries, and especially those which are suffering most from the climate crisis. And for these countries, climate action isn't just an interest they have, it's an existential need. Second, climate action in a country's own interest. Those of us who come from the rich economies which are responsible for a large part of the world carbon emissions bear a moral responsibility which imposes obligations. But, and this is part of the sad reality, moral reasons alone will not be enough to give us the strength we need to make a success of the green transition. Climate action will only be successful if it is in the interest of the respective country, and I mean the economic interest. Namibia, for example, is working on a hydrogen project. I was able to visit Namibia some months ago. So Namibia, for example, is working on a hydrogen project which is as large as Namibia's GDP. Both, for them, it is an interest and an opportunity. It will change, if this is succeeding, if it will change its position of an off-taker of energy to that of a supplier, both for their own people and for South Africa. And the rest of the energy produced in Namibia will be sold as hydrogen worldwide. This is what I mean, interests for the countries, economic interests. Third, new forms of cooperation. Cooperation is not self-evident in a time in which the concept of multilateral world is being destroyed by spheres of interest and new imperialist wars. But the world will not be in a position to solve its problems if there is no world, but just areas of dominance. We need more cooperation, and we must insist on it. We can only achieve the Paris climate targets and bring about global stability if we work together. Cooperation can only function if you know the other party's interests and seek to balance the interests. You can see how hard this is sometimes in Europe. We regularly have to align the interests of 27 countries, but the European Union, and that is the story, emerged from the rubble of war. Its core belief is that economies benefit if we work together. At a global scale, however, we will need a different form, cooperation. The cooperation needs to be between equals, between regions, between countries, between companies. And for the rich countries, this means it's going to cost a bit, because we can't continue making profits at the expense of others. The transformation must result in a renewal of globalization, not an end to it. We should therefore identify and realize projects together which benefit the partners equally. And one of the best examples, as I see the Minister of UAE here, one of the best examples I know is coming from the Middle East, actually. The UAE is financing a large solar installation in Jordan to desalinate seawater off the coast of Israel. The water will benefit both Israel and Jordan, and I think this in this region is really a fine example of new solutions. And I would like to add, I can only wish that also the Palestine territories could benefit. That truly would make history. Fourth, a common set of rules as a platform. Cooperation is rooted in rules. This is true of cooperation between businesses and between countries. Without rules, there's no trust. Without rules, there's the law of the jungle. We are seeing the consequences in Ukraine on the battlefield and the political consequences worldwide. International law is yielding to power-led interests. This is the state of the world today. To trust in military logic because the security protected by the law is evaporating. And that is precisely why we need to uphold it as a regulative idea. Because when we stop working towards it, we get lost in relativity. And last, fifth, providing order for a multipolar world. So, obviously, we need a rules-based system for a multipolar world. Multipolar world, this is what I'm talking about. We are seeing a shift in power. For some time now, we have been living in a world which is no longer determined by one or two centers of power. And even if some people say that multipolarity is only an interim phase, I believe the fact that more countries are asserting their interests and needs around the table of power is a big step forward. As the green transition progresses, further centers of power will emerge. The geopolitical cards can be reshuffled. Some countries will discover new opportunities for development, whilst others will need to reinvent themselves. And there will be repeated conflicts. But this conference only makes sense if cooperation, compromise, and partnership are of value. So let's cooperate and create new value. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Robert. I'd like to invite the rest of the panelists to join us on stage. It's fantastic to have this group of panelists joining us to talk about this topic. Frans Timmermans, the Executive Vice President for the European Green Deal and Commissioner for Climate Action, the European Commission in Brussels, is joining us tonight. Her Excellency, Miriam Mohamed Saeed Harab Malri, it's fantastic to have you. Your Excellency, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment for the UAE, as well as the Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Sri Mільйонний Indrawati. And great to have you on the program as well. Now, I want to kick off by asking each of you to weigh in just briefly on what you see as the single greatest challenge to the energy transition today. Robert?
Well, if I just made my points, and I think the challenge is cooperation and not letting the world fall apart in interest spheres. And this is the headline of this little talk we are having: geopolitical power spheres. This is the real security challenge. And if I come to the economic side of the game, I'm the German Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, so I'm European, and with worries we see what's happening with the state aid and the subsidies in other parts of the world. And from my perspective, state aid and subsidies are in a market-driven economy only the last answer. So normally it should be the markets who create innovation and finance, attract finance and financing, but this is not what we are seeing. We have a race to subsidies and over-subsidies, and this is very, very costly. So the idea I have, and the great challenge, is create also a multilateral system of how the markets, the green markets of the future, should be working. If this is not going to happen, we will end up in a race who's spending the most money.
Front.
Microphone. I think the biggest, if I boil it down to what the biggest challenge is, I would say, how do we make this transition just? How do we show that we leave no one behind? And this is a challenge even in the richest countries on the planet, within their countries, but it's especially a challenge in the relationship between the global north and the global south, because I believe there was a lot of trust lost between global north and global south in the last years, linked to the pandemic, linked to other issues. And if we want this to be successful, we need to rebuild trust within our societies, which is a big challenge already even for rich European societies, but especially in the international community, where if you look at Africa, for instance, they see energy transition as a rich people's game, and them being told they cannot use their natural resources because of fossil fuels. That is not a debate we need to have. We need to make sure development is equally delivered through this transition in the north and in the south, but also within societies, because I see a lot of people, because it's not just an energy transition, we're in the middle of an industrial revolution. And the history of industrial revolutions tells us that if we don't organize it, if we don't organize redistribution, you have a very small group of huge winners, the steel barons of the past and the railroad barons, and you have a huge group of a new proletariat that would not be able to profit from these huge developments. So we have this opportunity in a modern society to organize a just transition, and that is, I think, for humanity, the biggest challenge today.
Your Excellency.
So for the UAE, it is actually a year of opportunity since we're hosting COP28, and I think this is the perfect stage to convene and get the accelerated efforts that we need for this transition. I can talk about my own country. We've been on a journey of transition, and I know how much it takes for a country where we tick off all the boxes. We have political will, we have the resources, we have the right policies, we have the right mindset, we've already upskilled the workforce, we're already investing in innovations and R&D. This has been ongoing already for the past 20, 30 years. So we're a country that already ticked off all the boxes, and it is a transition in itself. It is a journey with challenges. And now, as Robert said in his speech, every country has its own interests and its own capabilities and its own limitations as well. So making sure that we're lending a hand to those that need the support, and making sure we also focus on our own targets and finding the right balance and looking at security and a just transition. This is where I feel that COP28 will really provide a great opportunity for countries to come together and really think of how we can also leverage and help the Global South in this transition.
Finance Minister.
Well, I think the biggest challenge to have the energy transition mechanism is how we are going to establish a rule base which is just and affordable. On the just part is actually what kind of transition mechanism at the country level, and this maybe has been started with the nationally determined contribution that many countries committed to reduce the CO2, and especially coming from the energy, which is usually very expensive. Indonesia case, in this case, 62% of our energy is from coal, and more than 90% is actually fossil fuel. We want to increase the renewable to 23%. We have geothermal, which is have potential of 73 giga. We also have hydro 800 rivers that can be actually also have a potential. But then the question of transition from the fossil-based energy into renewable, you need to have a finance and technology. If this need to be acquired, how much it will cost and who should pay? What kind of incentive to pay that? If it is going to be subsidized, whether the government have the affordability to subsidizing this transition. In the case of my country, again, electricity company is monopolized by the state-owned enterprise. Whether this transition will make, as a corporate, they are going to continue viable in terms of financial. So there are so many, what you call it, translating the principle of just and affordability is a very real one. But that needs to be started. When you can compute and calculate how much it costs, where this financing coming from, whether this is public, multilateral institution, bilateral, or private sector, how much it will cost for each source of financing, especially with the current situation in which interest rate becoming so high, then the cost of fund is going to be even more expensive. And I think the last one is also related whether this transition is going to also provide a smooth transition, or this is going to be a very abrupt, disruptive, which will, even in this case, create another crisis, which is not only energy crisis, can be political crisis, social crisis. So these are all the areas that we really need to translate the idea of transition of the energy toward more renewable into principle-based, rule-based, but then need to be calculated explicitly so that each country can calculate. Then the question, if you are going to aggregate it into a global effort, who should pay and how this financing source can be then mobilized. This is going to be testing the issue or the principle of this affordability and just.
I'd like to invite the Foreign Minister of Pakistan for his question.
My question?
To the panel.
Speaking of my question.
Take this one.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm pretty sure that everyone here knows, but I'll just reiterate that last year Pakistan experienced the greatest climate catastrophe that we've have on any records, not just on the records since we've been Pakistan, but on British colonial records, when as a result of a monsoon on steroids, as the UN Secretary General put it, a third of our country was underwater. And we're very grateful to the UAE, to Germany, to Europe, to the Western world, to the Eastern world, because everybody came together in support of Pakistan recently at our Climate Resilient Conference in Geneva. My question to all of you is that given Ukraine and the conflict, the war in Ukraine that is rightly so at the primacy of the agenda for everyone here in Europe and the West, how do we refocus on climate? Because I believe if the story of last year, if in a parallel universe somewhere where the Ukraine war hadn't happened, the story of last year would be of climate catastrophe. And we saw climate catastrophe in Pakistan, from droughts to floods. You had droughts, extreme droughts in China. You had forest fires and droughts in California before they had floods. You had forest fires and floods, forest fires and droughts in Australia and New Zealand before their flooding right now. So the story of last year, had the Ukrainian conflict not happened, I believe, would have been this climate catastrophe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Foreign Minister. And I do want to pick up on that just specifically. In an interview just now with CNBC, the head of the IEA, Fatih Birol, essentially answered that question. And he said to me that he believes that the Ukraine war actually has galvanized the move to renewable energies. Want to pick up on that, Franz?
Well, obviously, we're speeding up our transition to renewables because as Europeans, we have no alternatives. The only sovereignty we can get in the energy field is by increasing renewables. We have very little gas left, we have very little coal left, we have no oil. So for us, it's a matter of survival that we do this. And by the way, renewables are becoming so cheap, it's also the best business model we can develop. But let's not forget that countries also invested more than $1 trillion in the fossil sector in the last year. So it's not all good news. And investments you do in fossil fuels now have a long-term ripple effect and will not make the transition in that sector easier. So it's good news, but it's not only good news. The only good news I can add to that is that in Europe, the need for fossils is going to be reduced very, very quickly. So although, now, for instance, in Germany, almost half of the electricity is produced with coal, sadly, but it's only going to be a very relatively short period of time. So it will not derail us from our climate goals if we get our homework done. And the homework is, what I need to do is my homework, to make permitting easier, to increase the effectiveness of the supply chains. We need to think in terms of friendshoring so that we develop new, supply chains not limited to Europe, but with less dependency on China. All these things need to happen at the same time. If we do that, then I agree with Fatih Birol's analysis, but it's not only good news, I would say. It's not only good news. And if I can just respond to the minister from Pakistan. As a young man, my father served in Pakistan for a number of years. So as a student, I had the opportunity to travel in your country, sir, and I came to love it. And if I see the destruction today, it is almost mind-boggling because it's going to have such long-term effects. It's not just a flood like we sometimes have in Europe and then you reconstruct it. The devastation to the agricultural sector, the devastation to people's livelihoods. So we have a global responsibility to keep supporting Pakistan in restructuring. But this will not be the only catastrophe that will happen to humanity in the years to come. So we also need to increase our resilience in terms of being able to respond to this. For this, we need to change the global financial system. We need to put the World Bank, the IMF, the MDBs in a completely different position than they are today. So we have so much work to do. It's not just about helping one country that is in a horrible position today. It's about preparing ourselves for more climate catastrophes that will come and that we can respond as humanity better to that. The instruments we're using today were created for the world of 1945. They have to be restructured to serve the world of this century.
But isn't it absurd that we're having this conversation about the geopolitics of the energy transition and not one of us on this stage is an oil and gas producer? Because we're going to have oil and gas for the foreseeable future.
If you again ask me that question, we have the incredible opportunity of having Sultan Al Jaber as president of the incoming COP, who is not just an oil executive, he's also someone who's had 20 years experience of investing in renewables. Now, if there's someone who can take these executives, grab them by their clothes, drag them together and say, it's about time you used all these profits to invest in renewables and not give everything to your shareholders, but give it back to society so that we go into this transition with a lot more sense of urgency. I think Sultan can deliver that. I hope he can deliver that, and we'll certainly encourage him to deliver that, working towards COP28.
Your Excellency, what do you make of all that criticism of Dr. Sultan?
So we know that the next years to 2030 is extremely critical. And it's like you said, the unlocking the finances is so critical here for us to be able to, how do I say, the pathway that we're going on to actually disrupt it and take an accelerated approach upwards. And Sultan, he is the CEO founder of Masdar, which is our flagship renewable energy company. And he was placed in ADNOC to change ADNOC so that, because we're always going to be an energy exporter, but the type of energy we're going to export is changing already and will change in the future. I don't know if some of you know this, but I just came from the World Government Summit, and in 2015, our now president, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, said, if we invest today correctly, we will, in a few years' time, be exporting the last barrel of oil, and we'll be celebrating. This was in 2015. And it really is. We need everyone on board. This COP28 is going to be a COP for everybody, and we need the oil and gas sector to be with us, and we need to shift the way they're doing business. We need to decarbonize what they're doing, and we need to then phase out oil and gas in a just way, because everybody needs to be included in this.
Yeah. Finance Minister, just to pick up on the conversation about the Global South, and Franz touched on this as well as Robert. When you think about this a bit more broadly, and we talk about the difficulties in financing, we talk about the balance sheet, if you will, how important is it that the Global South get this right when it comes to the next generation of technology, the next generation of energy? Because if they get it wrong, we could be talking a catastrophe, no?
Well, it is very important because from many COP meetings, usually the discussion is about this affordability and just, and the polluter pay principle on who should pay, and then what is the access of the technology could be arranged in a way that will provide certainty for this transition. I think it's going to be very important. So for many Global South, the discussion regarding this transition that provides them a roadmap which is doable from their fiscal, from their political situation, as well as from the affordability at the end of the day. So this is going to be very important, because if you look at the map of the world, the Global South now is maybe the most growing countries. They are becoming emerging country, which is their size of the economy is going to be growing bigger. Many of them can actually afford to have the energy renewable from the very beginning, rather than getting into a fossil fuel which is dirty first and then clean up later. But again, renewable energy require a different set of investment. Geothermal have a different, in this case, risk upfront on exploration. Hydro also more upfront investment, capital spending. And many Global Souths have no access of this capital in order for them to jumpstart with this renewable. Solar may be different in this case. But this is exactly that the constraint of the capital and technology is going to provide them with a different choice which is not ideal. Climate change is a global public goods problem or global public bad. And that's why it cannot be solved by individual countries. We are talking about the same commodity that is CO2, that is the carbon. But now if you look at the world, the price of the carbon is different. Some countries already implemented carbon market with a different price. Some countries even don't have carbon market. And so for the Global South regarding, I have to maintain my forest. I have to clean up my ocean because they are absorbing CO2. But who should pay for that? What is the opportunity cost for me not using this forest for my immediate need for the economic and social needs. That will require quite a lot of the discussion regarding what you call it, the affordability. Because I'm finance minister, and that's why I always talk about affordable. You can talk any goal in such a very wonderful way, but if you cannot afford, then that goal is becoming just a dream. You cannot reach that goal. And that's why in Indonesia, we're now designing this energy transition mechanism. Just to give the example for the global south, we can do any rhetoric regarding the just principle, but if we not preparing ourselves on what is this principle of just and affordable in real case, then it will not make any progress. So for example, Indonesia, now we design, for example, 3 coal power plants that will be retired sooner. How much it takes for us to retire this coal? This coal, it's supposed to be having the operation for 30 years. Then if we want to reduce the CO2 emission, we will cut into half 15 years. So this 15 years which is being cut, we've already have the contract with this IPP, individual power plant. They can claim if you cut, originally I have the contract for 30 years, and now you cut short into only 15 years. Who should compensate me for this 15 years that I have already a contract? Yeah. Sanctity of contract is another issue in this case. So we have to then, okay, what is the net present value of retiring this coal earlier? And then the question, who should pay? Is it the government? Then I have to pay double. I have already have the contract 30 years. Now I have to pay again for shortening the contract. If the government don't have a sound fiscal position, you cannot afford. And that's why Indonesia, during last year G20 presidency, we launched this energy transition mechanism. President Jokowi announcing that I'm going to retire 5 gigawatt of coal. Yeah. This is the example. We picked 3 or 4 projects, 600 megawatt. And now many countries, including Germany, United States, Japan, they say that, oh, I'm interested because now you are really doing a concrete step. That's why during the G20 in Indonesia, they announced the Just Energy Transition Partnership, 20 billion promise to be allocated for Indonesia to support this transition.
I want to follow up on that, Robert. So bring me in on this with the private sector involvement, because at the end of the day, you have to make this a situation where the private sector can actually do business, capitalism can thrive, and frankly, there are a lot of questions about whether windfall taxes are a good idea, what incentives you should be giving the private sector for those windfall profits, if you will, to be put back into the energy transition.
Well, first of all, I would like, if I get your argument right, I would like to give you 2 answers, because you asked us like 10 times who should pay for that. And I think you have to distinguish between 2 situations. Coal power plants, mainly coal power plants in Indonesia that are on the market, that are on the grid, that are producing energy. And if we want, I think you want the same, but if the period of production time should be reduced from 20, 30 years down to 15, then someone has to pay for that. And this is not a business case, of course. Then this needs global solidarity. Therefore, the money should be reserved due to the Paris Agreement. So if you reduce the production time of the coal power plants, the companies or the countries, whoever owns the coal power plants, need in a way need an extra money to do that. That's crystal clear. This money should be paid. I mentioned it in my little speech, by the rich countries. That's obvious, I guess. And the second one is that Franz mentioned it before, that ridiculously investments in new coal power plants are still done. And this really is not a problem of who should the money come from, because money is obvious there. Why is it spent in new coal power plants is the question, and not in renewable? And I think this has something to do with the market design, and this leads me to your question. So then CO2 is too cheap. If you have a higher CO2 price or you make it more expensive, then the social question arises, obviously. Then again, we need just transition. This is what Franz was talking about. Someone has to at least ease the burden of the people for these prices, but the investments in renewables could be market-driven if the markets would be function. In a way, you can say that climate crisis is the biggest example of not functioning markets we have seen in latest history. So if we have so much costs, social costs, environmental damage, but of course also political costs, but it's not in the price of the ton of CO2 of the kilowatt hour produced by coal power plants. So this is not a right design of the markets in a way, and I think for the future this is what we should work on globally, if possible, and if not, with so many partners as possible. But the money is there. The money, who should pay? Is there enough money in the world? Obvious, yes, this is the case on the side of the states, but also in private companies. The question is, where's the money going to? And I think this needs two answers, and this is also my answer to your question. First of all, the markets, in a way, have to trust that this is going to happen. If we change the strategy, if countries win or politicians win elections with the argument that climate action is just it's just a joke, and if you vote for me, then it's all over, then why should they invest in it? Then it's not a business case. So this is obvious that we should give them security and trust in the markets. And secondly, we need global rules in a way, and then the market will follow. And the private sector stands ready. I mean, you can see it in this conference. This is for a German Minister for Economic Affairs, astonishing that you don't have to convince the private sector to invest. That might be.
But you have to give them security for their investment.
Pardon?
But you have to give them security for their investment.
Yes, yeah. Well, this is what I'm talking about. And we means the world, the global leaders of the world, we are not giving them that security, and therefore we pay these high subsidies. If they had security, and we would be wise enough to design the markets that innovation in green technology would be superior to innovations in clean coal, whatever, or new old coal technologies, then we won't have to pay all the subsidies and could give all the money to just transition.
Franz, jump in on this, because market manipulation is a delicate question. And it was interesting, when I was in Davos, I asked the United Kingdom's Labour leader, Keir Starmer, about this specifically, and he suggested that the markets need something like an inverse OPEC when it comes to gas prices in Europe. How difficult, in your mind, would it be to accomplish something like that?
Well, I think we have to be very careful to tinker with market mechanisms that have been, for instance, the electricity price, it took us 30 years to put it together in Europe. So, of course, we need to change it now, because the components of the determination of the price are no longer comparable to each other. In other words, with a high gas price and a very low price of renewables, the average electricity price doesn't really reflect the real market situation, something we need to correct. But I don't think we should become, in market terms, very interventionist, because once you start down that road, you then immediately get confronted with the question, who gets what gas and electricity? And if you take the market out of that, you create an incredibly complicated situation, which the Chinese tried it for once, and they had endless blackouts because of that. So we have to be very careful not to go down that road. Corrections will be necessary, but don't throw away the baby with the bathwater on the markets is my strong plea.
You don't see price caps in the future?
Our leaders decided to establish a price cap. I'm not a great believer in that, frankly. I think what we need to do, if you have a 100 BCM hole in the market, a price cap will not bring the price down. The only thing that will bring the price down is reducing your energy consumption and speeding up your transition to renewables. So I think that is the real answer to this. At the same time, what irks me, what I really find worrying, is that we just seem to be just prodding along, everything's going fine, and just look what's happening in the Antarctic. Just look what's happening in the Arctic. What's happening there now will have a huge, huge effect on us within 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And we cannot afford that to happen and to continue to happen. What happened in Pakistan is not going to be a one-off. That's where we are now at 1.2 degrees. Can anybody imagine where we would be if we let it go to 2 degrees? We just, and this is where I sometimes despair, that I don't see this sense of urgency in industry. I don't see this sense of urgency in many governments. Yes, we now have a war on, so we have other urgency. The climate crisis is not going to be sort of halted because there's another priority. And I hope we can, there is a nascent sense of urgency in our society. We need to take that to our wider economy. And I agree so much with Robert. It's not a matter of money. It's a matter of priorities. It's a matter of risk-taking. It's a matter of wanting to invest in this transformation. And, if we don't do this, there is no doubt in my mind that my kids, my grandkids will be fighting wars over water and food. There's no doubt in my mind. So if we are at a security conference, take that angle into the discussion as well. Why aren't we doing that much more than we're doing? Climate is security. It's the same thing. How many millions of refugees are we willing to take because some parts of the planet become uninhabitable? How many hunger epidemics will we tolerate because parts of the world can no longer cultivate agricultural production? Think about that. That should create a sense of urgency, not the cost of the transition.
Your Excellency, what can we reasonably expect to be accomplished at COP28? Because unfortunately, COP27 had a lot of talk, but not necessarily that much action.
So we're going to be focusing on 5 tracks. The mitigation, which was something we felt at COP27 was not addressed strong enough. We need to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by 43% by 2030. That's a huge undertaking. I'm leading the domestic efforts in the UAE. I'm leading the net zero pathway, and how many times I need to communicate and talk to the different sectors and get them aligned and make them understand that this net zero pathway is a must, but it's also a vehicle of opportunity. It's a vehicle of gaining new skills, getting new industries on board, for them to see that the investment is worth it. So, I mean, we're looking at sectors such as the cement sector, waste sector, etc. So these hard-to-abate sectors are really important. So mitigation, extremely important. Then there's the adaptation, focusing on a global goal for adaptation, looking at food systems transformation, looking at the health, looking at nature, making sure we're doing everything we can to reverse biodiversity loss. These are things that also must be center stage in line with the just energy transition that we're talking about. Then it's about loss and damage. We need to operationalize the loss and damage fund. Who's going to pay? How is it going to be done? That needs to be done. And then financing, which is something that has been brought up already. We need to unlock the trillions and try and get private sector to get the financing into these projects, into projects such as Indonesia, and really accelerate the matchmaking. Then 5th is all about innovation. We need to bring hope back into this process, because the global stocktake, the first global stocktake, will not show good results. We know that already from now. We don't have to wait until COP happens. And for that, we need to make sure solutions are available, solutions that we can scale up. And this is where we really want to showcase innovations in the space of climate adaptation and climate innovations. We also need to look at things like direct air capture, CCSU, because there are hard-to-abate sectors that will need those technologies moving forward. So that's in a nutshell. And from what I can say, I think we've got a really good leadership team with Sultan, with Shemma being the first youth climate champion, and Razan as well being the high-level climate champion. And with that, I feel we have the leadership there to really connect and bring that consensus. I'm bringing in the national efforts, and of course, we need to walk the talk. And so in the country itself, if I look at where we were a year ago and where we are now, we've learned so much through the conversations we're having on international fora, the partnerships, how we can help each other, how we can take the knowledge of what we've gained through the years in renewable energy to other countries as well. I mean, if I look at food systems, we're growing berries now in the desert. We're growing quinoa using salt water. I mean, these are great innovations that we need to bring to the light. We need to bring it to the global south to say there are ways to do this. Then we unlock the finance and we get things going. So I really believe that COP28 will be a COP of action, it will be a COP for all, and it will be a COP of practical solutions.
And in the meantime, you're going to continue to pump oil and gas. And in the meantime, you're going to continue to pump oil and gas.
We need to, because not all countries are ready yet. And as long as the world needs oil and gas, we will be providing oil and gas, but we will be providing it in a responsible manner by making sure we decarbonize as much as we can so that any oil and gas coming from the UAE is as low carbon footprint as possible. But we have our own targets as well as we move away from fossil fuels.
Finance Minister, before we open up to the floor for questions, I just want to get your sense of the difficulties involved in the narrative here. Because is there a danger that for the global south, generally, we run the risk of a climate imperialism? Because you've basically got 5% of the world's population trying to impose their values on the developing world, no?
Yeah, climate imperialism. If the rule is dictated by only a few countries, then it will become the imperialism. But on this climate disaster, I think no country can hide and can protect themselves, which Franz mentioned earlier. So the question is, are you going to inherit a damage or a dangers for the next generation, which I think also we can quantify that. And no country, and poor country definitely is going to be even poorer, more vulnerable, and that is going to be creating another geopolitical tension which we can reverse, or we will reverse a lot of progress which is being made. I agree in this case that every COP meeting we need to create an optimism that a sense of progress is there. Because if it is not, then there is no other forum that we could actually get even agreement globally. And that's why in each item which is mentioned by Minister Mariam earlier, whether this is on a mitigation, adaptation, you talk about loss and damage, you talk about financing, innovation. I think this is going to be one of the most important in each item. What is going to be the progress in the next COPs? Because without that, then the dangers of this climate change is you can always present that by 2030, if we cannot avoid 1.5 degree centigrade increase, that, or even getting worse to the 2 degree, then the world is going to be in a much, much dangerous position. Even with that kind of narrative, you cannot move quite majority of country in the world, because they say that in the long run we are all dead. So today I have much urgent need to solve, whether this is on the food, whether this is on a shelter, this is an energy. So it's always like the long run being seen as less dangerous than what is the immediate present that they need to face. This kind of narrative that need to be changed by providing the right discount factor, in this case, if you can call it that way, then you are going to make this decision much more immediate. And I can still believe, I believe that the only place to make this progress is this COP meeting. The G20 or any other forum can, G7, G20, they can reinforce and helping making progress on a COP meeting. Like when Indonesia presiding this G20 last year, we put sustainable finance within the finance minister and central bank governor, and we discussed quite a lot about the private sector participation, carbon market, which is I think is going to be very, very critical to establish and to build. But it's not going to be easy. But then providing this kind of roadmap, group pressure, is going to be good. What we don't want is this pressure being perceived as new imperialism. And that's why a lot of discussion among the policymakers, private sector, and even the civil society. It's going to be very critical. And that will create more trust so that we are going to be able to make a concrete solution.
Robert, I think you had a comment.
Yes, I would like to comment on this frame new or climate imperialism. I think there is some truth in it, but not in the way as you were asking the question, and not in the way that you commented it with all due respect. There's unjust in the global warming, of course. It was the Northwestern Hemisphere, the countries, the European countries, the US, who spoiled the atmosphere by burning CO2 over 250 years, actually. And this is unjust, of course. So in a way, yes, the imperialistic age began with the industrialization of US and Europe, and this is our debt and our burden we have to share. That's true. This is the first one, and the second one, that also the global warming is unjust. I mean, Africa is counting, I think, France for 3% of the CO2 emissions, but they have already now 1.5 degrees. So the global south will be hit quite more brutal than the global north. I mean, France is from Netherlands. I'm from Germany. They are used to build up high dikes. You're from they will not. Well, they will save us more easily than Indonesia can be saved. So I would oppose the idea that climate action is a neo-imperialistic approach to this is my understanding of the idea behind it, to stop developing countries like maybe also Indonesia not to invest in their own infrastructure, not to get their own growth and wealth. This is not true because these countries will be hit most. The truth in this sense is that we have an obligation, we, the richer countries, to invest, to help, and not to count the pennies, but to make a clear political decision.
It's a complicated
Can I
sure.
a little bit comment on that?
You know, first of all, President Widodo is planting mangroves, not to do us a favor. President Widodo is taking coal-fired power station out of production, not to do us a favor, because he sees this in the essential interest of Indonesia. China is enlarging its production of renewable energy at a rate that nobody can imagine, not to do us a favor. India is taking all combustion engines out of the major cities, not to do us a favor. This has nothing to do with us. This is to do with countries all over the world who are seeing the consequences of the climate crisis and want to mitigate those consequences out of their own interests. And so let's not pretend this is somebody in a Western country who's thought out that there is a climate crisis and now is trying to impose their ideology on the rest. This is something leaders across the world are analyzing for themselves, and they're taking the measures they believe are in the interest of their country. The only problem is, if we want this transition to be global, we have to discuss it at the global level and take global measures. That's why I agree COP is the only forum where we really have a global discussion about this. And if we strike the right balance between the different interests, we can move forward. You know, this is not a lost cause, but I do become increasingly angry that there is not enough sense of urgency in addressing the cause. Everywhere, not just in the South, also especially in the North. But let's not create an impression that this is sort of an imposition of rich countries on poor countries. That's not why these countries are doing this. They're doing this because they've made an analysis of their self-interest. And, you know, I have the highest regard for President Widodo because he's made this interest. He's being extremely courageous in the choices he makes. They're very risky for Indonesia, but they're the right pace forward. And that's why we have invested so heavily in what we call JET-P.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly maybe the explanation about the imperialism in this case. Indonesia doesn't feel that if we are doing this climate change agenda, that we are follow the order or the rule which is made by the advanced country. Because we have the responsibility in this case. But listening to Robert, that rich country, advanced country have all this responsibility, that is really like a song in my ears. I mean, well, that is exactly in the COP, we are always discussing about that. 100 billion until now it's not delivered in this case. So at the end of the day, each country can make a decision regarding actually what is the choice you could do. You can always continue blaming and then stop at that level because there is no enforcement mechanism, right, in this case. So it is going to be something, the consensus that need to be continued built. And that's why I said the COP is important meeting. But country as big as Indonesia and my leaders, President Jokowi, choose to make an action that we believe it's serving also our own needs. Because we also see that if the sea level increase, how much damage is going to cause many of our infrastructure, population. So at the end of the day, Indonesia could participate. That's why Indonesia even enhancing our nationally determined contribution. Initially, with our own effort, 29%, now we increase into 32.9%. If we are going to get international support, we patiently and continuously making the case by building the real action so that we are not going to just come up with the rhetoric, then we are going to increase into 41 to even now increase to 43%. So we are continue providing the real action.
Yeah, I want to ask Franz, just before I let everyone go, so we talk about this as a real and present danger. Al Gore, the former Vice President of the United States, talked about boiling oceans and rain bombs when he was in Davos just a couple of months ago. To your mind, Franz, how do you square this? We can commit $84 billion to Ukraine in another year of war. The IMF has told me that she is completely, Kristalina Georgieva, she's completely certain that we will get that money on the table for Ukraine, yet we still can't get that $100 billion globally toward climate change. How do you square that?
Well, I can't square that because it's highly unjust. I have to say, in our defense, the EU is doing more than its part in terms of the 100 billion, but that's not an excuse. I'm just, just to set the facts straight. But other rich countries are doing near to nothing. And that has undermined the Global North's credibility in the COP process in a horrible way. We now have an opportunity to redeem ourselves on the 100 billion, but also on loss and damage. And loss and damage is not just about putting money into the loss and damage, it's also about changing our international financial architecture, about granting access to poor countries to systems that will allow them to create insurance systems. Germany has made a wonderful proposal for that. Also to create access to knowledge to be able to predict weather patterns earlier and to be able to prepare for erratic weather patterns. All these things need to be implemented this year. Because I think we opened a door in Sharm el-Sheikh to restore the credibility, to restore the trust between North and South, because we agreed on loss and damage. Now, this door is going to be slammed shut in our face if we don't deliver by the end of this year. And I think we have this opportunity, and I will certainly, from the EU, work on this, and we have strong support from the German government for this. So I think we can get there, and I'm sure you have the ambition to get us there. But as a politician, my problem is always the same. I cannot deny the seriousness of the problem. But if I always talk about the seriousness of the problem, I risk demotivating people into action. We are on a cutting edge. At some point, people will say, "Oh my God, we're fucked anyway." So who cares? That's my biggest worry. That at the same time, to understate the seriousness is not correct. It's not honest. We have to state the seriousness and in the same breath say, we can still fix this. And this is my profound belief. We're in deep trouble, but we can still fix it.
So the threat to the world is just as much a serious one as the threat to Ukraine is from President Putin?
Well, you always have, how are these comparable? Putin is a threat to us directly, to our way of life, to our society. And that threat needs to be removed by supporting Ukraine all the way. But, that's not the same issue as the threat of the climate crisis, which is not going to go away if we don't reduce our emissions, if we don't limit the increase of the temperature to well below 2 degrees. That is, the Russian threat is a direct threat to European way of life and to stability in Europe, and I think to global stability. The climate threat is a direct threat to the survivability of humanity, and I'm not exaggerating. And I think, and that will not materialize in a day, but it's happening as
Et les journalistes devront ouvrir. Ah mais la police demande, un sujet.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. No, that, you know, you see this is coming up,
Are you interested? And we say yes, I will do this and I will do this. And if we feel it is your turn and you have to go, you have to go. Yeah. But you have to kind of sign up. And if you don't sign up, you have to. I understand, yeah, but which I didn't know. Yes, it's part of I don't know. Yeah, that's why they purpose it with a book, because they ask me. Yeah, I think it's true. Yeah, I understand. But then the leader will say, no, there's no, they haven't signed up for it. I think, and I spoke to this and he said, well, the German is more important than the day of the last day. But I mean, they should have say, okay, it's no story. Ludovic isn't here. Or I don't know, one of us, how can you do it? If you do for some death, you will do it. But I think it's basically they missed this to stop, basically see why people have to get everything for free. This is perfect, fair enough. We have one woman here, I think, she's a school girl. I mean, she's the first I see her. She's new in Munich. And she's it's not fair on her. It's not correct. I know that it's Hungarian. Maybe. No, it's all open. It's open. Of course, she is up this way. I told her this as well. We got the today, and now it's David. Andersen or Anderson? Peter Josek. Peter
Hört ihr irgendwas? Hallo? Ja. Nochmal?
Peter, deine E-Mail ist knebel.peter.dpa.com, richtig? Ja.
11111. Ja? Last Nummer ist 1111. Was soll ich machen? Lauter sprechen oder?
Lauter sprechen oder den hoch.
Hören uns die Kollegen da im Hintergrund, die Technikkollegen, können wir den Sound bitte etwas höher schalten? 1111.
Mehr Power.
Mehr Power höre ich von hier vorne.
Gerne.
1111. Besser?
The karaoke machine is wrong.
Immer noch nichts?
Also sehr niedrig.
Der eine Kollege macht den Daumen hoch. You speak. 1, 2, 3, Test, 1, 2, 3, Test, 1, 2, 3, Test, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ja.
epa.com oder epa?
Da kommen wir zu.
Johannes, deine E-Mail ist nicht die... Johannes, hast du eine Getty-E-Mail oder nein? Hast du eine Getty? Nein, deine. Meine. Hast du eine Getty-E-Mail? Wie ist deine E-Mail? Nochmal was? P, Foto, ja? Genau, J-O, ja? Minus Simon.com. get this replay. Signal ist auch gut, oder? 8000. This replay ist hoch hinterher und wartet und sagt, wir können suchen. Gut, danke dir.
Deutsch höre ich gar nicht.
Globalization, that we are working with the European Union to try to facilitate and bring into being is one that takes into account efficiency but also builds in and tries to incentivize resilience. And this is because of the pressures that we're facing that are not just geostrategic and geopolitical, but the pandemic, I think, laid bare for us on a very basic level some of the significant vulnerabilities that we have from this version of globalization. So I think that there is very much space for us working together to facilitate the evolution to a better version of globalization, one where the US and EU, I think, are very much aligned in terms of one that promotes resilience, but also fairness for our people and our workers, and also a clean and green future that can be incentivized by new rules aimed at resilience.
Well, the two of you seem to be in broad agreement, and we'll get into the details of that. I feel like, as the editor of a newspaper that's championed free trade for nearly 200 years, I may be the one that is more skeptical of this shift. But Oliver, let's hear from you. What is BMW's take on how much the global trading system is at risk?
Well, I would like to add a few from a global player. BMW is not a German company exporting cars from Germany to the rest of the world. We are a global player. We are at home in the United States, we are at home in China, and we are at home in Germany, of course. Innovation in our industry depends on globalization. I always make the point, we have 12,000 suppliers, 12,000 suppliers in every country of this world. And if you start thinking from the raw material to the final car, you will patch the whole globe. So once you try to cut something off, you will make serious mistakes concerning innovation. And innovation we need for all future tasks we have. CO2 reduction, going to net zero. We need innovation. And our innovation, and the car industry is just an example for that, it depends on access to global resources. Now the big change is and of course we feel that as well, we go away from efficiency optimization towards more security. To have the end product localized is for many reasons the right thing. That is why our biggest plant is in Spartanburg in the United States. And by the way, we are the largest exporter by value for the 9th consecutive year from the United States to the rest of the world. And the largest footprint we have in China. So we localize the final stages of assembling the product. But that is not true when you go far deeper in the supply chains. They're completely globalized. So what we have to do, I think we have to find a way to take care of safety and protective demands we have. We have that in China, we have that in Europe, and we have that in the United States. And at the same time, to protect a free and fair trade. And maybe we need a new set of rules to ensure that. But to answer your question, I think globalization is not dead and shall not be dead.
But we are shifting, as you say, from a world focused on efficiency, as all of you said, to one focused more on resilience. And that is, am I right in interpreting you as saying that is coming at some cost?
I would, yes, but that doesn't mean we deglobalize. That is not the same thing. We try to find ways to protect our trade, our business, our customers, but that is more a new set of rules, and that does not mean, by no means, decoupling and deglobalization.
There's a huge nomenclature around this. Some call it deglobalization, some call it friendshoring, some call it decoupling. There are different new words but we are, to some degree, moving away from a world of multilateral rules applied to everyone, focused on efficiency. Your querying look there, Ambassador Tai, suggests you don't agree with me.
I think that these are words that are being thrown around quite a bit in the conversation right now, but they mean very different things. Deglobalization, decoupling, in my mind, as they are used and as they are used to cause concern, suggest that we are trying to take apart the world, and that we are, in its most extreme form, it's used as an argument that the introduction of new rules that are intended to promote resilience are actually there to promote autarky. I don't actually see anyone represented on the stage here trying to be fully self-sufficient. I think that we're all sophisticated enough in terms of supply chains, the modern economy, to know that there are very few things that one single country, one single economy can produce for itself. And be able to thrive and to prosper. So I want to put a bit of a finer point on this, which is it's about an evolution of globalization. When we talk about resilience, when we talk about the supply chain challenges that we're facing, some of it goes to concentrations of supply, where some significantly critical elements of our supply chains are often located in only one region, perhaps only one country. That is just a risk, financial, operational risk. There's also resilience with respect to trust. And I think that reflects the rising geopolitical aspects of what is happening today and the complexities. I think that a lot of what we are doing is trying to bring about a new set of principles to tap the brakes, if you will, on efficiency pursuit and efficiency maximization, to build in the resilience around diversification of supply, parallel redundancies where you need them, and also to build those relationships of trust, because there is a lot that we cannot predict. We do know that today's world feels more unpredictable than, say, the world that we lived in 10 years ago.
So let's focus on one specific example, which is very familiar to all of you, and the two of you work on very closely, which is the EU-US relationship. Trust incredibly important, much progress been made, but then quite some concern in Europe about some of the consequences of the Inflation Reduction Act and the sort of maybe unanticipated consequences of the America First requirements in that. This is an audience that will know the sort of broad contours of that. I know you are working on things, but maybe, Valdis, you could start by explaining how much in Europe you worry about this, what can be done to improve this situation and make, as the ambassador says, an environment of trust.
Well, maybe let's start with a couple of fundamental things. Well, first of all, EU and US are strategic allies. We must work together, and especially we must work together in a current very complicated geopolitical situation and in the context of threats which we are facing. Second, EU-US trade and investment relationship is the largest trade and investment relationship in the world. So there's lots of at stake also economically. So in a sense, we are bound to work together, and we had been working very intensively with Ambassador Tai, with new US administration to deal with a number of bilateral issues. We had set up a Trade and Technology Council where we can have more positive forward-looking agenda, how we are developing our relationships. Clearly, you mentioned Inflation Reduction Acts. Clearly, there are concerns. So, all in all, we obviously welcome the ambition of the U.S. to tackle climate change and efforts which U.S. is putting into this with the help of Inflation Reduction Act. At the same time, we obviously know that there are discriminatory elements which are discriminating against European companies, setting domestic content, domestic assembly requirements, which are obviously of concern. And that's why we are doing this outreach with US. We are focusing on a negotiated solution. Just earlier today, we had a bilateral meeting with Ambassador Tai where we were discussing, among other things, those issues. We have dedicated task force. Actually, in just 2 weeks' time, I'm planning a visit to Washington, D.C. to continue those discussions. But it's important that those concerns are being addressed, because clearly we can work much better on green and digital transition of economies, on tackling climate change, if we work together as transatlantic allies and not against each other. And that's what we have to achieve here.
And Ambassador Tai, what do you think are the key components of such a negotiated solution? Do you recognize the Europeans' concerns? Did the US get this one wrong?
We recognize Europe's concerns, but stand by that the United States did not get this wrong. We care very much about the European concerns. As Valdis noted, we have set up a task force between the White House and President von der Leyen's cabinet. That task force meets very, very regularly, has been working extremely closely. Valdis and I have been in regular touch on this and a number of other items as well. In fact, when I saw Valdis last month, I told him that between our work on the Inflation Reduction Act and also on the global steel arrangement, which we're negotiating, that I would be happy to visit him in Europe every single month of this year if I need to. And Valdis, we're in Germany today. It's February, and I just want to let you know that I'm keeping up my end of the bargain. But you'll come see me in March.
Early
so
next
yes.
month, Washington, D.C.
But on the Inflation Reduction Act, look, European concerns are absolutely important to us. We understand the anxieties that are here in Europe. Look, we need Europe to succeed. We need Europe to succeed strategically, economically, politically, and industrially. Our success is bound together. That has always been clear to us. That is clear to us today. With respect to the elements of the Inflation Reduction Act, let me just make a couple points, which is you mentioned earlier the concept and the term friendshoring. I think that goes to the resilience, building trust in trading relationships. If you look at some of the areas of concern that the Europeans have raised with us on the Inflation Reduction Act, especially as they relate to electric vehicles, you will see that that, there is a theme of friendshoring in the way that the legislation is put together. With respect to assembly, it is North American assembly, right? North American assembly reflecting almost 30 years now of the North American trading relationship inside of a free trade agreement. The second piece relates to inputs that go into the electric vehicle batteries. That provides for coverage that includes countries and economies with whom we have a free trade agreement, though free trade agreement is not identified. So you see there the elements of the concept of friendshoring, which I want to really highlight. In terms of our conversation, it is about building out those elements where there is space in the implementation to accommodate here and going forward the shared values and interests that we and the Europeans have. And with respect to my friend sitting on my right, we know very well the production facilities that you have in the United States. We're extremely proud of them. And if you were able to bring your beautiful cars down in value a little bit more, you too would benefit from those subsidies.
All right, Oliver, that was clearly to you. How do you see the Inflation Reduction Act, and how much of a problem is it? How much do you think the concerns of the Europeans are indeed valid? You're in an industry that is massively impacted by this. And what needs to happen?
I first would like to put my American hat on, because we have our largest production facility there. I think that has been, out of an American perspective, to recognize that there's a linkage between innovation and industry scaling up. Fully understandable. This is what IRA is to me. It's a big industrial innovation impact. So fully understandable, and we're profiting from that. We invest $1.8 billion in revamping that factory into electric mobility. My second hat is, when I take a car being built in Dingolfing and export it to the United States, in the first round, the cars were not illegal before the credit, despite the fact that they were emission-free. So we find a solution now which is okay. This is not perfect. When the car is leased, the car is deemed to be a commercial vehicle, and then you get the credit. It's okay. It's not perfect. I think we have to, looking into the future, we have to recognize two things. To have an industrial strategy and industrial policy, Europe had it for a long time, Germany had it for a long time, China has it, the United States now have it as well. So we have to, that's a fact of life. I think there's a fourth pillar we have to talk about. We talk about China, United States, or Northern America and Europe. There's a fourth pillar rising. It's the rest of the middle-sized countries, Southeast Asia, all of Africa, South America, who do not want to belong to any three of them. They do not want to make this choice of, am I a friend? I'm a part of that friend shoring, or I'm a part of that enemy shoring. And we should take care that there's a fourth pillar rising. And that's a very resilient approach. To look countries which are trying to stay as neutral as possible. And we are watching very closely what the fourth pillar countries are doing. They're first of all very hungry, they're growing. They want to be part of this economic world. They want to be part of the trade agreements of this world. And I think there is an opportunity for them to stay as neutral as possible, as long, of course, they share the right values and are part of a free trade agreement. And I think that could even propel globalization even forward to push innovations worldwide.
So you make a strong case that that's what those countries want to do, but many of those countries will say, and have said this to me as I've been there, the Americans are trying to force us to choose in a world. You're either with us or against us, and I'm exaggerating only slightly, and that the use of economic tools, it's not just investment incentives within America, but it is export controls, it's investment screening. There's a whole panoply of economic weaponry that is now impinging on the global trading system. And so I wanted to ask you whether you thought that it was going to be possible for countries to try not to be part of this, or are they going to be forced to be on one side or the other?
I think looking at which part of the industry you look like, that is very much possible. Normally, we look at the final stage of value creation. So where is the battery factory located? This is the final step. There are many, many, many steps before, and if you are at the refining industries level, they are today completely globalized. And there is no country is able to cut that off. Because there are two things in the world which are not equally distributed in the world. It's the weather and raw materials. You have to rely on trade to get all elements of the periodic table to the right place. In our case, it's a car, but it could be a computer, it could be a windmill, it could be anything. So I think if you only look at the final stage of the industrial world, you can localize. You can have a
bezpieczeństwo Europie. Ta współpraca jest niezbędna, ta współpraca jest potrzebna i cieszę się, że w tej chwili ją w tak zdecydowany sposób realizujemy. Za kilka dni będziemy gościli w Polsce pana prezydenta Joe Bidena, co jest dowodem tych zacieśniających się więzi, jak i dowodem naszego wspólnego w ramach Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego wsparcia dla Ukrainy. Ale dzisiaj będziemy dyskutowali tutaj z panem kanclerzem, z panem prezydentem o naszych wspólnych w tym zakresie działaniach, o tym, co jeszcze możemy podjąć. Tak jak powiedziałem, bardzo się cieszę z tego spotkania, bardzo ekscelencjom za to spotkanie dziękuję. To jest ważny moment, kiedy jesteśmy tutaj w Monachium w czasie konferencji bezpieczeństwa razem, kiedy pokazujemy jedność europejską, jedność w ramach NATO, naszą współpracę, która wierzę w to będzie się dynamicznie przyczyniała do budowy tej przestrzeni bezpieczeństwa i pokoju w Europie. Ukraina dzięki naszemu wsparciu musi zwyciężyć, pokój musi wrócić, przestrzeganie prawa międzynarodowego musi wrócić, a to oznacza, że Rosja musi zostać wyparta z okupowanych terenów na Ukrainie. To się może stać tylko wtedy, jeżeli będziemy Ukrainie udzielali wsparcia. To jest dzisiaj w moim przekonaniu nasze najważniejsze zadanie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Chancelier. Cher Olaf, cher André, je suis heureux en effet de retrouver le chancelier et le président ont tout dit. Nous allons en travailler ensemble ce soir comme nous le faisons depuis le début dans ce format en effet dit de Weimar qui va nous permettre d'avancer d'abord sur le soutien à l'Ukraine, soutien militaire, économique, humanitaire que nous conduisons depuis le premier jour et je pense que nous avons montré collectivement européens notre efficacité en la matière. Et je pense qu'il est important ce soir de pouvoir regarder tout ce qui est utile de faire dans les prochains jours et prochaines semaines à cet égard. Et donc, une discussion qui sera à la fois militaire et géopolitique. La deuxième chose, ce sont évidemment les sanctions à la Russie pour stopper l'effort de guerre. Notre Europe, et nous y avons joué un rôle important, a pris 10 trains de sanctions, ce qui est inédit, en réagissant vite et en sachant se coordonner et préserver son unité. Et évidemment, les sujets de justice, également face aux crimes de guerre, sont importants pour nous trois et donneront lieu à des discussions ce soir. En même temps, nous nous coordonnerons sur également les sujets économiques et d'industrie de défense, parce que nous avons à cœur, tous les trois, au fond, dans ce contexte, de pouvoir protéger notre Europe, de le faire en croyant dans une Europe de la défense qui est une composante non concurrente, mais constitutive de la force de l'OTAN. Et nous l'avons aussi montré en renforçant très fortement notre investissement commun dans le flanc Est de notre alliance. Cette réunion sera aussi importante pour préparer les prochaines étapes. La venue du président Biden en Pologne, évidemment les 1 an du conflit et de l'agression russe, les prochaines étapes militaires et politiques, les conseils européens à venir et le sommet de l'OTAN qui se tiendra à Vilnius dans quelques mois, sur lequel là aussi nous avons à coordonner notre position et à préparer cette unité. En tout cas, je pense que tout particulièrement dans ce contexte, mais plus généralement, ce format dit de Weimar et notre alliance, nos discussions à trois sont de grande importance et je remercie Monsieur le Chancelier de nous abriter en marge de cette conférence de Munich pour pouvoir travailler tous les trois. Merci beaucoup.
Schönen Dank. Alles Gute. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Danke für die Übersetzung. Gerne, gerne. Genau, aber da ist ja sozusagen
What's your timeline on that?
About 2030.
Responsible to work with us on these things.
We've done the world not a very good favor if we just plow ahead on climate change transition and realize that Saudi Arabia and other partners out there that have been with us are going to have a major change in their economy and work with them. What do you need? What's the time period? The main thing is to build coalitions that are sustainable. If it becomes lose-lose, we'll never get there. If it becomes win-win, we can. And that's back to China. I'll end with China. I don't believe China is ever going to have a serious conversation about this until we do something on border-adjusted tariffs in big markets.
And where I am going to agree with Lindsay, and it's to the point that the finance minister made, that the really important thing here is certainty. And if we can establish a policy platform that promises climate safety, and I think a carbon tariff is essential to that happening. I think it's a pass or fail situation, depending on whether you have it or not. When you have that platform, then the private sector can respond. Then investment can flow. Then innovation can happen. Then cars can be made with oil batteries. Then you can go on through. You know, things will happen. It's government's job to make the platform that allows that to happen and provide that certainty, and then innovation in the private sector will do their
The
job.
headline's going to be, you know, we found a way to make batteries out of oil.
But also, the private sector requires, as you say, they need to have that certainty, but it can't change
No.
from administration to administration. And how do you ensure that those things will not change with a shift in Congress, with a shift
Well,
in
Little
administration?
bipartisanship doesn't hurt.
It's not that. The car companies.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't say, apparently, I need to say it anymore. No matter what policy you have on climate change, no matter where you believe it's the worst thing, you know, to mankind or it's a bunch of BS, car companies are going to make electric cars because people want to buy them. Once that happens, everything else changes. Oil markets change, and we need to do it without destroying our friends. Power production becomes a major focus. Where does the power come from? So it doesn't matter what your policies are, in my view, as long as the car companies stay on track.
So the
Because
private
that
sector
will drive
involvement.
change.
Yeah. Any
In that
questions
sector.
from the audience?
Which will drive the power sector.
Thank you. Emma from CNBC. I work for Hadley. I just wanted to ask how your senator's thinking and also the finance minister about some of these rare earth minerals that will be used to fuel electric cars, because we keep talking about we have to make the shift, but a lot of these minerals come from places that are, human rights are a big issue. How are we thinking about that? Because this is going to be really hard. Copper, for instance, really tough.
I don't think this commission that we're going to do is going to answer that question. Okay, let's inventory what you need to make a battery. Where is it? What kind of technologies can we develop to change the mix of what it takes to make a battery so it'll be more battery independent? I mean, if we don't start thinking about this stuff now, we're going to really get caught. And I don't think there is. He probably knows. I don't know what the answer is to where the world battery supply chain exists. I don't know how far down the road we are creating new technologies that would change the mix of how you make a battery, but somebody ought to figure that out.
Build the platform, the innovations will happen.
Innovation will happen, and actually I just came from Japan, and they are thinking about the hydrogen, which is going to be a different kind of the battery for the car.
Yeah.
And you're right. I think the automotive industry is going to continue commit to this electric car when the demand is there, and they are going to be able to offer the car which is affordable for many of this demand. I'm more optimistic because younger generation like Indonesia, they are more first very aware about this climate threat, and they are also creating a political pressure for the government to respond to the right policy, and that they are thinking that, well, if it is going to be increasing costs in terms of renewable energy, buying electric car, so be it. So they are not only just ideally want to avoid this climate disaster, they are willing to pay. And that is very important in terms of certainty. The government certainly can provide more policy framework that can accelerate this change. But answering to the question regarding the battery supply chains, that's definitely is going to change the player, the global player on this energy. In that situation, Indonesia is in a very good position. We are a producer of copper. We have Freeport in this case, which is now also building the smelter. So we are also strengthening the ecosystem for the battery industry to be in Indonesia. Now the investors from European as well as the United States or even China coming, South Korea, Japan, they are all going to make this electric vehicle and the battery industry. So it will really change the map of the power in this world with this shift. And if I listen very carefully, Senator Graham mentioned that it's going to happen in the next 10 years. That is exactly the urgency for each country to prepare for this kind of shift.
But that's why I talked to the BMW and Volvo folks. I mean, I think we're going too heavy on batteries. I just don't think, I think we're creating a new problem. So having like hydrogen as a way to fuel a car makes sense. You can actually do that from oil. So I think, I'm telling the car companies, don't get so wedded that the entire fleet has to be electric. The entire fleet can be low carbon, but it doesn't have to be electric.
In your mind, sir?
One thing nobody has touched upon in either this session or the session before is that there is a lot of hyperbole connected with climate change. And carbon, for example, has been made into this huge monster, whereas it is in nature, it is necessary for greening the planet. So if you take away all the carbon, you will have no more plants in the world. And a lot of things like that also, boiling oceans, things like that. It's just too dramatic to allow for sensible discussion like we're having today. And I think this is what we need more than ever, is to sit down together and talk things sensibly rather than using things either for political purposes or for making a name for oneself.
Well, I'd offer a counterword on behalf of hyperbole, because I think the general public understanding of the extent of the risk that we face is low. And I think prudence dictates a measure of hyperbole in order to make sure that we get on a pathway to global climate safety. Everything should point towards that goal. What is our pathway to global climate safety? And if it takes people hollering that this is really dangerous and we're not on that pathway now, and that helps steer policy in the right direction in time, I think they'll have done a valuable service.
And it still comes down, though, to the battle for energy, as it did in the last century, no? Because that's whether you're getting it from the ground or you're getting it from the minerals or wherever you're getting it, if you don't control the energy source, then you're screwed, no?
Well, what have we learned? We have learned over the last many decades that fossil fuels is the fuel of choice for a lot of the bad actors. Iran, Venezuela, Russia. A low-carbon economy is a nightmare for them. All right, that's good. Well, you just don't want to destroy all your friends. You got to talk, work through it. So what I would tell Sheldon is, I'm in. You got me, I believe. But when you ask the American public, is climate change real? About 70%. Would you pay $50 a month more? No, thank you. So what we got to do is not only convince people that climate safety is a worthy goal to achieve, but talk about it in a way where there is more win-win here. And on my side, the resistance I get is that we've turned this thing into a religion, not a problem to be solved. And I'm trying to approach it pretty logically, say, yes, carbon emissions, man-made, is creating greenhouse gas effect, warming up things, not good. There's a way to get there that actually makes us safer and more prosperous. And that's the way I talk about it, because I will not be able to sell my party on anything other than that model.
And safer and more prosperous is a very real prospect if we act in time. So there's good news here.
I agree with that.
Can I ask a question for these two gentlemen?
If they're
Because you
easy
mentioned,
ones. If they're hard ones, he has to answer.
you mentioned earlier, I think on behalf of many of the emerging developing countries, which is they need to develop, the role of the multilateral institution like World Bank, IMF, and so on is very important. You mentioned earlier that they need to change. What is the direction of change that you have in mind, and is it on the governance? Is it on the capital? Is it on the policy that they need to adopt?
I'm not expert enough to offer much in the way of authoritative opinions, but I would say that the leadership of all of the international financial organizations has to snap into focus on this problem and direct their efforts to it with an enormous asterisk after safe pathway, which is get there fairly. And because part of what has been the difficulty for developing nations has been problems with access to capital to invest and make the transition, that when you've invested and made it is actually an economic win for the country. It's an economic success for the people if only you can get over the capital gap. So I think a lot of attention to that capital gap is required, and that's about as far as I can tell. Then you got to get somebody who's much smarter than me.
Yeah.
Dino Jalal from World Resources Institute. Look, I'm a bit of a pessimist that we're going to reach that 1.5 degree world, right? I hope I'm wrong, but I think the IPCC data says that we're going to overshoot.
We are going to overshoot.
Yeah, and the question is by how much, right? So my question is this, look, we see a lot of diplomatic, economic, technological, and social policy innovations to achieve net zero world. But my impression, and we look at all the countries, is just a lot of incremental stuff, right? A lot of incremental stuff and not transformational enough, not revolutionary enough to deliver to us the net zero world by 2050 and making use of the remaining small carbon stock that we have to achieve that 1.5 degree world. So my question to you is, do you agree that everything that we do so far has been just incremental and not transformational or revolutionary?
I do agree with that. I think that not only are we going to overshoot, but we're going to have to claw back from overshoot. Lindsay and I traveled together to Saskatchewan to see the carbon removal plant that they have on a facility. Now that's great when you have a facility, but you also need to be able to do direct air capture, and all of that is feasible technology, but it's really hard to give it a profit motive if you haven't set up your economics so that people invest. Now that's happening because of work that happened in the Senate in bipartisan fashion. Lindsay was a big supporter of the 45Q program, as was I. So that is beginning to happen. You've got a social cost of carbon emerging through the methane rule in EPA that's going to be more widely applied across the federal government, which is a big enterprise. And you've got the EU CBAM out there. And those things, I think, are potential catalytic drivers for this transformation. Ultimately, I'm a huge believer in a price on carbon. I think that's what makes the economy work in the right direction. And these are steps to get there, and we are in a race against time to get there.
Yeah. Just before I let you gentlemen go, and Finance Minister, Senator Graham, are you going to support Nikki Haley's bid for the presidency?
She's going to be an outstanding candidate. We're all proud of her. I support Trump. We'll see how that goes.
Panelists, thank you so much for joining us, and audience as well.
Thank you very much.
I don't see what our actual policy is, not a Polish policy.
assent, I think that politics Slovenia at the head of the fish. It's us. And to be honest, brutally honest, there is much more brutal speech and dialogue on the right wing of the political spectrum. Left-wing politicians are better in that way. But when we go to a social media, far right and far left merge. When we discuss, with no offense, common people, they are equally brutal in dialogue. But again, we have to be careful, the politicians, people with influence. That's what we have to work on.
And what kind of got me started when you mentioned education and media literacy was whether it's only about educating people to be literate when it comes to media, or whether we don't also have to invest more in education, let's say in humanities or in civics, to really have to educate citizens that don't opt for ignorance, as you write in your book, Renata, but there are really enlightened and mature citizens that can take informed and mature political decisions. So doesn't it all start with how much we invest into education, really?
That's correct. And the problem we are facing right now that, I have a son, he's 22 years old already. When he was younger, I was educated enough being the information commissioner about the traps you have on the internet. And I was able to, tell him, be careful, do this and this. This is what you should not do on the internet. But majority of the parents, they do not have the knowledge about the internet. And that's the problem. So the school needs to step in here. It's easy for a parent, if we say that we are teaching our kids how to cross the road in a real world. Internet is the information superhighway. We have to teach them how to use the information superhighway in our second life. Yeah, it's a digital life that most of the young kids are living today. And the problem you just now are opening out is that education overall is really very important. And maybe it's not even too late to educate parents with young kids, to give them lessons, courses about the traps in our second life and digital world we are facing right now. I had the advantage to know, the technology and the internet. Most of the parents do not. Mm. Kids know more than we do today.
It's certainly true. And Renata, you also write in your book about your frustration to some extent that, after something, a dramatic caesura, like the pandemic, for example, which also, triggered a lot of disinformation and conspiracy theories and alternative facts. But this was such a sort of dramatic caesura that one could hope that things would get better afterwards and that it could prompt politicians to work on radical change, on reform. And then you express your frustration in your book that this is what not happened, so that we see a lot of more of the same. So what's your take on that? I mean, was it a missed opportunity to some extent?
Definitely, a missed opportunity also to prepare for future pandemics. Mm-hmm. We already in the past had studies which were, saying you should prepare the society for something like a big pandemic. And all these books were forgotten because when the pandemic started, I wrote a short book about the pandemic, how it changed intersubjective relationships and humans as such. And I realized how many books were already, published in the past and never read, or, studies of previous pandemics, and how we are repeating always the same circle, which is that first you have a denial, You know, when the pandemic happens, then you have a search for who is guilty, you know, usually some foreigners or someone. Then you have, you know, a kind of, let's say, acceptance and then denial again, quite often. What was interesting with this pandemic was, you know, how doubt in science played an important role, you know, how, you know, people very quickly turned, you know, against vaccines, especially in developed world, and how many mistakes we made in the developed world in not sharing, you know, the vaccines earlier, you know, with the rest of the world or the patents. And what we also observed was the strength of neoliberal ideology, which has been teaching people how responsible they are for their lives and their bodies and their health. You know, what I'm saying is part of this kind of tyranny of choice. So people perceived vaccines as something that every individual, him or herself, should choose for him or herself, for the children, which we saw already in the past, you know, among people who don't want to vaccinate children. We see more educated people who perceive it as a matter of an individual choice and not anymore, you know, kind of thinking also about group choices, because you cannot fight pandemic if everyone makes his or her individual choice. You know, it's a social problem where we have to have, you know, some kind of a common policy. And here we saw we really failed. And also we failed in regard to, you know, kind of protecting society from, you know, authoritarian tendencies, because we have seen how pandemic has been used by authoritarian regimes, you know, and this kind of states of emergencies, you know, quite often, you know, continue to change the society. So my research group is currently studying, you know, how from September 11 to economic crisis, migration crisis, and COVID, we had that kind of a permanent state of exception, where we introduce laws because of a crisis, and then they stay, and they alter the society.
Not just
they
laws,
limit democracy.
Also technologies.
Exactly.
And that's scary. Whenever there is a crisis, we do make certain legislation, then we make technologies, and they remain.
Like surveillance after September 11, which is, you know, still with us. And, you know, I'm grateful that you mentioned the need for humanities. You know, to kind of study humanities is, I think, really essential, because we had this illusionary belief for too long that progress is linked to technical advances, technological progress, and we have seen that this is not the case. Also, to understand how technology works, you need to understand the mind of the people, but also ethical questions, which is why it's so important to study, you know, humanities, to think about ethical dimensions of new technologies.
Right.
Can I just add something to here?
A very quick point, and then I have a very nice final question for the two of you.
It's a final question already. Oh my God. Okay. Just regarding modern technologies and the people who are building it, I nowadays, you know, follow artificial intelligence a lot because it's connected to my profession. Being a data protection expert, GDPR expert, I do follow what's going on. For the artificial intelligence, the Silicon Valley realized, okay, let's say soon enough, not at the early stage, how really very important is who's going to be in a team which is building artificial intelligence. At the beginning, there were only IT experts. And you probably have heard about the Google case and the gorilla. Somebody was searching for gorilla photos, and then he, you know, put down into Google search gorilla, and then one Afro-American man appeared among the photos. And they realized that the algorithm was drafted wrongly. And since then, the Silicon Valley is really aware of the fact that in the team, you need an anthropologist, philosopher, sociologist, you need women, you need men, you need white, you need black people. And this is something which is really very important to ascend every time if you are professors, if you have discussion with people who are developing artificial intelligence. And at the end, you know, artificial intelligence is going to be only as ethical as people who are building it. And that's the fact. And one more sentence Renata said about the transparency when we are discussing artificial intelligence and algorithms. Digital Service Act in European Union is demanding that algorithms will have to be revealed to the researchers. That's another really, really very important point of this Digital Service Act of European Union.
And data also.
Yes.
And data as well. For the final minute of this super interesting conversation, I wanted to come back to the very start of this discussion, namely to the Frankfurt Book Fair, in fact. And as Benedict mentioned in the very beginning, Slovenia is this year's guest of honor because it's a very culturally vibrant country with a very lively literary landscape as well. And I wanted to ask the two of us to share with us and the audience here in the room one recommendation for a Slovenian book that each and everyone should read. You're free to also, recommend your own books if you like, but maybe I'll start with you, Renata, and give Madam President time to think about the one recommendation for a Slovene book.
Yes, I would say some old writers like Ivan Cankar from Slovenia.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam President, what's your recommendation?
I would recommend a book which is called The Greta's Sin. It was written by the president of Slovenian parliament, Urška Klakočar-Zupančič. She was a judge before, my colleague, a lawyer, and she's a historian. And she wrote a book about the witches in the Middle Ages on the area of Slovenia. It's a novel, a love novel. I do recommend it to read. It's translated in English already, so this is why I can recommend it. It's a very, very good book.
That sounds great. So you have something for your weekend reading list as well. And with that, the clock shows 8:30. Thank you very much to our two fantastic panelists. Thank you all for coming, for making time in your busy schedules, for actively listening. What I take away from this conversation is that it's great that the MSc put the nexus between literature and security on the agenda of the conference. And I also take home with me that it's really great fun to have an all-female panel. So thank you very, very much. Have a nice weekend and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Here's a philosopher speaking.
Yeah. The truth has always two sides, yeah? I know.
You mentioned a lot of symptoms, but what are the roots? Why are the roots not discussed at this conference? Why are they not discussed and why does nobody want to know? For example, what the prophet Isaiah says, "For behold, the Lord is about to come out from his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. And the earth will reveal her bloodshed and will no longer cover her slain." The prophet Isaiah.
Amen. That's all.
Why don't we come off stage and then we can answer that question bilaterally? Thank you.